Good morning to our viewers. We're back here at the Arnisvale playing field where we'll see the Winward Islands on the 19th taking on the Leeward Islands on the 19th. We have in the middle today umpiring for us Mr. Jonathan Blades out of Barbados and Colin out of Jamaica. Yes, this would be a very good game today because the sun is out, and as long as the sun is out here, we're always happy. The first thing we look at when we look at the sun is we look at the back and make sure that we're seeing Beckwith clearly. And so far, so good. Good morning to you, Stacey. How are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing fine, Kesrick. And just to let the viewers know, we had a bit of a delayed start because there was an area on the surface that the umpires weren't too happy about. But all is well. Also to let you know, Winward Islands, they won the toss and they decided to field first. And the team lineup for Winward Islands this morning, you have the captain, Stefan Pascal, Aaron Joseph, Curtin Murray, Courtney Murray, Lee John, Courtney Franklin, Jelani Joseph, Stephen Abraham, Arsenio Fontaine, Dante Alexander, and Watson Seaton making his debut. He replaced Tariq Edward, of course. A big miss for the Winward Islands there with bat and ball, but Watson Seaton will certainly be an able replacement for him with ball in hand. And the lineup for Leeward Islands, Kesrick?
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking at the Leeward Islands lineup here. They had a little bit of injury in the camp. Someone had a fractured thumb, so he may have to leave. He will not be playing today. But Cordell Crook is in. Devanan Singh, Israel Morton, Joel Andrews, Matthew Miller, Mackay Tong, Mackay McKenzie, Michael Palmer, Nathan Edwards, Carlton Pluck, Tiani Henry, and Yannick Watley. I want to speak about Tiani Henry for a little bit because you saw him here in the today score a magnificent 50, really on one leg, and that was really good. But we have Nathan Edwards in this team. Also, we have Pluck, who we saw have a bit of potential that can excel. And what I really like is Michael Clark. I saw him in the 2-day. I saw the kind of player he is with the ball. He has some speed. And the thing about it, after I had a conversation with the coach from the Leewards, I was told that Michael Palmer is not really a player that's been coached. So with that kind of talent and you're not getting the proper coaching, oh my God, if this youngster gets some coaching, he would be someone to be reckoned with.
Yes, so the openers for Leeward Islands, Carlton Pluck on strike and Devanan Singh at the non-strikers end. Devanan Singh scored 20 of 26 in that encounter against Guyana at Park Hill. Of course, both of these teams are searching for their first victory in this 50-over format. Both of them at the bottom as Kirsten Murray has the ball in hand.
Kirsten Murray with ball in hand, as Stacey and quite rightly mentioned. So far, so good this tournament from Kirsten Murray. I'm liking the fact that he's hitting the areas consistently. Started that one a little bit outside the line of the fifth stump, not where he really wants to be. But he's the type of bowler that I think that bowls a nagging length, a nagging line as well. Left arm seamer, and oh my God, they are gifted. They are gifted people, I would say. That one just outside the line of off stump again, waffing his bat at it. Nathan Edwards.
Yeah, and the Winward Islands, they have the most left-arm bowlers in this tournament. They have Curtin Murray. You'll see Aaron Joseph in action later. And Court Murray, renowned left-arm spinner, and also Watson Seaton, another left-arm option joining them today.
Well, such a talent. I mean, I really don't want to say I'm surprised, but Kirsten Murray's at the top. Not Kirsten Murray. Nathan Edwards is at the top for Leewards. Usually, he opens up the ball for the Leeward Islands. But if he can open the bat as well, which means he's very capable with the bat, and this is something good. You don't really see this. But when you look at Cricket Australia, England, and these teams, you can get someone like probably a Stark batting at a number 4 or number 5 because he's quite capable with the bat. And then when you go across to England, I could tell you what, those Bayesian guys that are playing cricket there in England, they are very capable with the bat as well. First run off the bat from Nathan Edwards.
Yeah, not a bad move certainly by Leeward Islands. You can see the way they're thinking. They are thinking to try and bat as long as possible. The first two games that they've played, they were bowled out for 77 and 127, not yet able to bat 50 overs. In fact, they haven't been able to bat 35 overs in this tournament so far. So having Nathan Edward at the top, and I'll say maybe as a young man who wants to take responsibility, he probably put his hand up and say, hey, let me go at the top and give you the start that you require. And if it works today, it will be definitely a brilliant move on the part of Leeward Islands.
Yeah, it is not something that you will normally see, but it's good for cricket, especially if he can play through the V's, hits the ball well. That is something really good for cricket. You don't normally see a fast bowler opening batting, but as I was saying, England and Australia, these teams have, it's a wide delivery. These teams have bowlers that can really bat anywhere in the order. Speaking of Bajans, a while ago, I was really talking about the Jofra Archer and the Chris Jordans, who is playing in England team. Really good with the bat. So it's good here to see that Nathan Edwards can really stand up and open the batting for Leewards.
But one might term Nathan Edward as an all-rounder. You've seen his batting abilities throughout the years, namely so in that 50 over World Cup and in that first game against Trinidad and Tobago, when a partnership needed to be formed, he formed that partnership with his captain. He scored 15, but he played his role quite well. They didn't go on to win that match, but you certainly saw that he has the ability to bat and stay for very long periods of time.
Speaking about playing roles, it brings him back to that last game, Ratcha playing that role for Rambaran in that Trinidad-Barbados game. So you must like when players can adapt and play to situations, especially at this level. You want them to make that transition pretty early and make it a bit easier. But it's the end of the first over. Just 2 runs off of that over. Nathan Edwards and Davanand Singh opening here for the Leeward Islands. Good first over from Kirsten Murray.
It was a good first over, but I just think that he needed to be a touch fuller to these openers very early, have them play a little bit more as well. You saw when he had that one delivery that was really pitched up, a loose shot was offered up by Edward. So just need to be a bit fuller. It was his first over. I certainly will hope that he can get a fuller line from a Winward Islands perspective. So another left arm seamer to open the bowling, one that I spoke about already. 4 left arm bowlers in this lineup. Aaron Joseph.
Yes, you're right, Stacey. 4 left arm bowlers: Aaron Joseph, Kurt Murray, and Watson Seaton. It's been a while we haven't seen so many left-handers in a team setup. Guess the Winward Islands probably strike gold with this one, because we often say that left-handers are goal. So let's just see if they strike gold. First delivery just outside the line of the fourth stump. I like the channels so far. 2 guys in slip, a man at point, cover, mid-off, regulation field really. Third man, and it's a debutant at third man, Watson Seaton. Something that really struck me here in the first game against, in the 2-day that the Winward Island played here, was a lot of question that I was asked, but I couldn't answer that question, was why Curtis Franklin didn't bowl any over in the game? And I was confused as well, but he's here today, full of energy. He's from St. Vincent. It's a question that I couldn't answer. I really don't think that you could help me out here, Stacey. But that's a big heave, and this could be the first wicket for Aaron Joseph, and it's gone. Easy catch, a celebration as well for Courtney Franklin, the man with the catch.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You just spoke about him, and he settled under that nicely. Took it quite easily in the end. And Aaron Joseph, he consistently was full Nathan Edward believed that he could take him on, but he doesn't have a lot of pace, Aaron Joseph. So to try and hit him down the ground, you have to get a lot of power, but it was a lot aerial on the part of Nathan Edward, and we were talking about how it would have been a brilliant move had he got stuck in and scored some runs for Leeward Islands. Unfortunately, it wasn't meant to be, and now they are 2-for-1.
Yeah, you'd always want to think the reason why that move was made, but you want to see, you don't really want to judge early. But it was a fuller length, didn't really get to the pitch. Hit on the upper half of the bat. Easy catch for Courtney Franklin. First wicket for Aaron Joseph, sorry.
As a new batter is Michael Palmer. You spoke about him early in your build-up. And, I mean, Nathan Edward, the first 2 overs that he faced, really, he was just looking to take on the bowlers a bit more. I expected him coming up the top of the order was to bring a bit of stability to that top order. We've seen so far in the game a top order for the Leeward Islands. They haven't really shown, these 2 teams really, a top order has a lot of problems, mainly in the middle to lower orders where the runs have been scored. So, certainly not what I expected to see Nathan Edward doing, going after Aaron Joseph so very early in his spell. So Aaron Joseph to Michael Palmer, new batter. Continuing on that full line. A bit too straight to start there.
Really good start for Windward here. That's the kind of start that they wanted, picking up early wickets, especially if they can pick off probably about the 3 wickets or so in the power play. But then you have someone like the Michael Palmer, who is at the crease, who we saw in the 2-day tournament is a strong lad, hits the ball well. And there he goes, hitting the ball well through cover, powerfully driven, and that's 4, Stacey.
Yeah, that is certainly power on display and placement as well from Michael Palmer. Pitched up deliveries, and what I like about that shot is he played it with the angle, that left arm seamer just moving across him, and he decided over cover is the best way to go. So a really good shot here from Michael Palmer to get his innings up and running.
Well, it's a powerful shot. I mentioned him earlier, Michael Palmer, and he's a player, when I spoke to the coach, he's a player that don't really get the proper training because of where he's living. Going hard at that one again. The thing I like about him is his aggressive nature early in the innings, and this is something that you would really want. But at the end of the day, he still have to be more selective than that. It's just, so it's 6 for 1. End of the first over. Powerful shot through extra cover. Really letting his arms into that one, Michael Palmer.
So far, you're seeing aggressive at intent from the Leeward Islands team. The scores that they've made so far in the tournament, 127 and 77, it really isn't giving them justice in terms of their batting lineup that they have. So Curtston Murray to continue. Starts with a no ball in his second over. So not a good start from him in his second over. No ball and a free hit for Devanand Singh, who was looked to be a lot more measured in his approach compared to the other 2 batters, Nathan Edward, who have gone, and Michael Palmer. They're showing a lot more aggression, and Devanand Singh it's looking as if he's prepared to play that stability role to just stay and bat very long. But now he has a free hit.
Oh boy, something that you would really like to get off the mark with. Pulling that one just in front square. Wouldn't get to the boundary. Just a single for Devanand Singh. Not as strong as Michael Palmer. Pretty sure if Michael Palmer latched on to a delivery like that, it would have been in the President's Suite or Michael Finley's Pavilion.
Yeah, the length did cramp him for room a bit there. He's going to get the power to get his hands through the ball to get it away to the boundary. But he gets off the mark nonetheless.
When you look at the Michael Palmer and look at Kurt Murray in the slip, you're wondering if it's under 15 versus the under 19s here. He looks a strong lad, and he hits the ball well.
Yeah, right away you see that man is pushed back at square leg for him.
Kirsten Murray has even changed and come around the wicket. So we're expecting probably a short delivery.
I mean, yes, you might be tempted to go to a short delivery, but I'll still attack the stumps to Michael Palmer. He has shown that he's come out with a lot of aggressive intent.
Just walk down the pitch, going high with that one, just moving nothing but air. Looks very aggressive, Stacey. I mean, I like the aggressive nature, but still one has to think that you need to be a lot more selective than that. When you have that sort of capability to hit the ball over the boundary with ease, you need to be a lot more selective. Cement yourself at the crease, and then you could play those shots. Give yourself that chance.
There you go. That's much better in terms of selection. Called for by Kesrick Williams, who's going to step out now, and I'm going to be joined by Sylvanus Morgan Horn. Good morning to you, Mr. Horn.
Pleasant good morning, Stacey, and pleasant good morning to our viewers. We are here at lovely Annis Vale. Cricket is in the air, of course, with the West Indies Rising Star under 19 50 over format. We're having before us the Windwards versus the Leewards. Of course, you would have heard earlier that the Windwards won the toss and elected to field.
Yeah, and that's what I've been saying. Just still persist with that fuller length. Try and get it straighter as well. Michael Palmer has made up his mind very early that he's going to take on the bowlers. I don't mind it too much as an option. He's a very strong person, but still the deliveries on his stump. But what I've seen so far of him, the deliveries that are not threatening his stumps, he's throwing his hands at it.
Yes, Stacey, this is a fast-paced game, actually, and that delivery there from Murray, Kirsten Murray, was right up for the drive. He did flew through his arm a little and misses, and here he is now driving up to mid-off, and he was able to scamper through for a single. Yeah, so Murray is keeping the ball up at a fuller length, and of course, once you do that, you expect to have a bit of movement early with the new ball. And the openers, no doubt, will look to chance their arms once the ball is pitched up. So bright sunshine here at Annis Vale. And the lads looking quite keen, representing their respective countries, and no doubt would want to do well. The Windwards have been really struggling for form in the last set of matches.
Both teams, really. Both teams are at the bottom of the table. Winward Islands, I might say, they consider themselves a bit lucky to have shared points with Barbados. The way Barbados started in that chase, they were 72 for 2 after 10 overs. And in that last game against Jamaica, they were bowled out for 96. Leeward Islands as well. Both of them have been struggling for form, as you mentioned. So both teams really looking to pull out, get a victory and get their campaign started.
That delivery went down the leg side. The umpire Collins signal wide. Oh, and here's a delivery right down the corridor of uncertainty. Pitched up and have a better movement there, Stacey.
Yeah, so at the end of that over, the third one bowl, the score is 10 for 1.
And of course, Stacey, all in these overs, the Windwards would definitely like to keep that tight line going. Actually, you won't want to see too many short pitch deliveries in this format. The captain, no doubt, would want them to be bowling just on about middle off stump, more or less keeping the batsman in check and not wide of the off stump or anywhere near fourth stump.
You definitely cannot afford short pitch delivery, especially to the strength of this man on the screen on strike right now, Michael Palmer, who has shown his attacking intent since his introduction to the crease. It's one more attacking the stump. And he's prepared to just defend it with hard hands though, but a defense nonetheless.
And Stacey, sports is generally, especially cricket, yes, you would have trained and so forth, but it's really one of confidence. You should have that confidence. And the Windward struggling, as you mentioned, both teams struggling. And here's a shot to the offside, a lovely shot. And it should go over to the ropes. Lovely shot there.
Yes, width given, and it was a bit short as well from Aaron Joseph. And it allowed the batter to free his arms, and that's not what you want to be bowling to this man, Michael Palmer. I mean, he's very aggressive. Too much width offered by Aaron Joseph.
Yes, and I was just going to speak about having that confidence, and that was a confident shot from Palmer there. Well played through the offside, and he's really showing some aggression here now, Stacey.
It's interesting that they decided to open with Aaron Joseph. I mean, in the first 2 games, they opted to open with Dante Alexander. He was quite miserly in his first game, bowled 4 overs for 3 runs. Didn't see him after that. Well, no, I think I'm getting mixed up with the 2-day game that these two played, actually. In that 2-day game, he bowled 4 overs for 3 runs against Leeward Islands. Opting to open with 2 left-arm seamers.
And not very often you would have seen that in these format of the game, 2 left-arm seamers. As you alluded to earlier, the Windwards have a lot of left-arm bowlers.
Yeah, and that's really the only similarity between them, the fact that they use their left arm to bowl. But Kirsten Murray, we see he's more prepared to hit it into the surface, get more bonks. And Aaron Joseph, who's fuller, and this time it goes in the air, could be another catch, and it's easily taken. And that's what I've been saying. He's a lot fuller in comparison to Kirsten Murray, and 2 full pitch deliveries so far have accounted for 2 batters of the Leeward Islands team, 14 for 2.
Yes, indeed, Stacey. And we were talking about the line and length has to be right, and the Windward bowlers was definitely pitching it just there on about off stump. Always getting the batsman to play a shot, which is very important. This one was pitched just on about off stump, and here was Joseph, sorry? That was Palmer going for the extravagant drive and only lofted it up to deep mid-off, actually.
Yeah, really good catch as well from Courtney Franklin, just running around his shoulder, making sure he got himself into a really good position to see it. And he made it look quite easy in the end. So 2 good catches from him so far. Courtney Franklin, usually see him with the ball in hand, but so far he's doing a job in the field, picking up those 2 catches. New batter is Jewel Andrew. Captain Jewel Andrew has a lot of work to do now, him and Devanand Singh.
Yes, Stacey, and it definitely shows how well you must support your bowlers, and the Winward so far has demonstrated that they're catching well, they're feeling well thus far, and that is very important if they're really going to restrict the Leeward Islands for anything under 100, 150, but it's still a long way off. Jewel Andrews now joining Singh, and he has quite a bit of experience, Stacey.
Yeah, so Joel Andrew, a lot of experience, as you mentioned. Not quite sure the plan from the Leeward Island batters so far this morning. So far, it looks as if they want to take full advantage of the power play, but it's just the shot selection have been quite off after 4 overs, 14 for 2.
Yes, indeed. And even though it is a one-day series or one-day format, you still have to choose your shots carefully. It's still early days, and yes, any team would want to take advantage of the first power play, perhaps the second power play, but definitely the Leeward Islands have been showing that they're a little bit lackluster in their shot selections.
And that's the thing, it's 50 overs. You have a lot of overs to bat. You know, you have 46 more overs remaining to bat. And you can see a man like Michael Palmer, if he stays for 15 or so overs, he will easily score 50. The run rate will be high, just the way he plays. But it's just a matter of giving himself some time at the crease. He did not give himself that time today, and he's already dismissed, him and Nathan Edward. So Murray to continue. Yeah, I totally understand wanting to take on the bowlers. Totally understand wanting to get a really good start in the power play, but it's the way you go about doing that. So far, it hasn't been a good plan by the Leeward Islands, I must say.
So far, the wicket is looking quite dry. Few little spots on the outside. No danger to any of the players really, and we must remind our listeners. We did get a late start. We did have some very heavy overnight showers, but we were able to still get play on the way, just about 10 minutes later than usual.
And the decision to bowl for us may have come from the fact that we had a delayed start, a bit of wetness on the surface that caused that delayed start. But you can't really say that anything with the surface has accounted for any of the wickets so far.
That is true. And here is one that batsman getting a thick outside edge, knocked down by the first slip, but he still wasn't able to hold it in his grasp and prevent the batsman from getting one. So one more total to the Leeward Islands score. Stacey, the projected score is about 175. The Leewards have already lost 2 quick wickets. The Windwards opening with 2 left armers, hoping to make further inroads in this first power play. Still early days yet, still a lot of overs to go. And of course, we'd like to see these young lads really putting their heads down and putting up a relatively competitive score. Austin Murray continue to bowl that nagging line outside the off stump. Really looks a good prospect. Hope he will continue. Of course, Stacey, you don't just play this tournament and then you go back home and you relax. You have to keep always practicing, do something. Make sure that you perfect your art. Keep fit, be disciplined, which is very critical. And here's a lovely shot through the covers, half stop there by extra cover. Well, batsman cross for 1.
Yeah, really lovely timing off the blade of Joel Andre. I wonder if it was a bit of a chance. I wonder if it was hit aerially. No, it wasn't. It wasn't. Really lovely timing from him, what we've grown accustomed to. But a good hand by the man in cover to keep it to 1.
Yeah, it was firmly struck. There wasn't a chance per se. Firmly struck to extra cover. But he did well to knock it down. Was really travelling. And here's one of a fuller length again. He's opening the face. And there's a chance for a run out. Should that hit the stump, the batsman could have found himself in some trouble there. But umpire blade is right in position. But in the end, the batsman was safely home.
Yeah, really good pick up and throw at the stump. And again, that man, Courtney Franklin, in action in the field.
Winward's
it would have been close, certainly. It would have been gone, in fact. A really good piece of fielding from him. But it's good to see still, from a Leeward Islands perspective, that they are willing to knock the ball around and try and pick off those quick singles.
Yes, and that is very, very important for the onslaught later. Once they can do that, and then the batters behind could always take the chances. But they have to try and build a partnership. And I like the way that these new 2 batters are going about it, Stacey. They're really rotating the strike nicely and looking for that bad ball, that loose delivery. So far, Winward's fielding has been on target. The catching has been very much very good indeed for the Windwards, and the catching, the feeling. There's a delivery that is placed back to the bowler as Joseph continues from the southern end. And Stacey looks pretty okay, like we may have a fair day's play of cricket, full day's play. It's pretty hard to predict these days. These are the days when they speak about climate change and all that. It's bright and sunny here in our Tannisville, and here's a delivery. Oh, that badly missed by the bowler. It was played back in defense. The bowler did not collect cleanly. Leeward Islands, 17 for 2. 17 for 2. Oh, and that's a delivery. Sing it is searching for it, well pitched just outside the off stump, bringing the batsman forward. Luckily for him, he didn't get an edge. Was beating all ends up there safety. Good delivery indeed.
Yeah, typical left-handed bowler's delivery. Was pitching and beating the right-handed batter. The length was key, it was full, but it just died on the way to the keeper.
There is Joseph again and repeating that delivery beautifully. Well bowled, the batsman just chopping his arms there and allowing it to go to the keeper. And Joseph is really on a spot there, Stacey.
Yeah, he's picked up those 2 wickets, growing in confidence as well.
Joseph operating from the backway end, as we would say here at Annisville. And bowling around the wicket to Singh. And for this delivery a bit closer, he runs off the open face of the bat down to deep third man, and the batsman cross for 1. That's all there will be. Total moves up to 18. 18 for 2, the Leeward Islands, sent in by the Windwards. And they are trying now to build a partnership and to put a good score here on the board that will give them a chance in this match. One slip, deep third man, cover, extra cover mid-off, closing in. And here's a delivery, up again. Oh, badly missed. This is the first time, Stacey, that we are seeing a little bit of sloppiness from the Windward Island. There's a ball placed straight to cover, and who is that fielder?
Yeah, some misfield by Lee John, actually, the off spinner. He had to come into the attack. So misfield, they certainly don't want that. You're all over the Leeward Islands team. 19 for 2 after 6 overs. And these two will be looking to just bat as long as possible, build a big partnership for their team. So far, we're not seeing that attacking intent that Nathan Edward and Michael Palmer had at the start. So good to see that they're willing to play the situation of the game and bat for a very long time.
We say good morning to all who are at work today. It's a working day, of course, today being Friday. The weekend is here already. But the lads are here doing their work here at Annisville. As we see a delivery from Murray, Kirsten Murray, continue here from the commentary box end. Batsman in defense, plays up on the onside. Batsman settles as Murray runs in, and for this delivery, Joel Andrew is playing it on the offside and badly missed again by the man at extra cover. And it runs into the boundary for 4. So that's another boundary there for the Leeward Island. A welcome boundary, Stacey, for them.
Yeah, it really wasn't hit with a lot of power, and in fact, he hit it into the turf and it sped away. Really good timing off the bat once more of Joel Andrew. Some fielding as well, some really not so good fielding in that cover area, allowing it to pass through to go to that boundary for 4.
And if you're a bowler, Stacey, you have your field set, and as you rightly said, it wasn't hit with much power, went straight away more or less. You really would be disappointed. Here is him again trying. This one takes the inner half of the bat and trickle down to backward square. Another single resulting. Yes, Stacey, it could be very hard on a bowler when he, is trying his heart out. And as I said, it takes good feeling. He needs that support. You're playing as a team. I mean, you cannot always hit the stumps. And you need your feelers there to back you up.
Yeah, and supporting the field is key, especially at this juncture of the game where you've lost the opposition has lost 2 quick wickets, and the premier batter is in the middle. So you definitely need all the support. Try and cut off as many runs as possible to try and put pressure on these 2 batters. You know how important picking up that wicket of Joel Andrew is very early.
His delivery is guided down to third man for another single there by Joel Andrew. Singh, Devanand Singh, he moves up to 5. And the total on to 25 for 2. 15 overs. So 6.5 overs have been bowled. And that's a beautiful shot. Beautiful shot there by Singh, Joel Andrew, sorry. Beautiful off drive for 4.
Yeah, absolutely splendid from Joel Andrew. We spoke of his timing so far in this innings, and that was pure timing and placement as well. Textbook stuff. He didn't have to do much. It was served up to him, full delivery, and he just placed it to perfection. So really good signs early from Joel Andrew so far in this tournament. As the score moved to 29 for 2 after 7 overs so far in this tournament, he has returns of 33 and 19 or 43 deliveries. So you always feel like somewhere around the corner, a big score is lurking for the caliber of the player that he is.
And these are the kind of shots we will want to see. But in order to play these shots, Stacey, you have to be at the wicket, bat and bat for a very long time. So often we see batsmen getting into gear, and then afterwards, just a fall shot. I don't know if it's a lack in concentration, but very often you see like they're ready to really give you a very big score, and then a lapse in concentration comes about and they lost their wicket. But here he is now in defense. The ball at pitch on the middle stump. Plays out on the offside. No run resulting. So yeah, we have seen some beautiful shots played so far by these 2, Singh and Joel Andrew. And they are really turning things around here after the loss of 2 early wickets for the Leeward Islanders. It's another delivery, very good delivery pitch on the middle stump there from Joseph. The batsman can only defend. No run. And we yet to get even 100 in any of these games, Stacey, and it will be good for somebody in this tournament to really come with a big score. Would it be from the Leeward Islands? Would it be from the Windward? We'll wait and see. And here's a lovely shot, pace straight back along the wicket, and the batsman cross for 1. So yeah, it's really important in as much as it's a fast-paced game, a 50-over side, won the match, and you really have to get on with it. Can't afford too many dot balls. That shouldn't be in your psyche. The idea is to score and score fast, score quickly. But at the same time, you must protect your wicket. Joseph continues from the southern end. And here's a delivery outside the off stump. He just plays out into the extra cover region. No run.
Yeah, I agree with you. You want to see the bat risen at some point to any batter in this tournament, really, who can get to 100 runs. It speaks well for the future of West Indies cricket. Sweetly to that match. So backward point area, well stopped by you. Yeah, it's not just about your own country, the Leeward Islands, the Barbados, Trinidad, and Tobago, Guyana, Jamaica. It's also about West Indies cricket, and seeing batters stand up and bat for a very long period of time, showing their powers of concentration, will certainly be something that we all look forward to in this tournament. As the over is completed, 1 run coming from it, 32 for 2 after 8 overs.
Yes, so Windwards have been able to really keep the Leewards quiet for most part of this match. Bowling a very tight line, both openers, bowling a very good line. Hardly any ball have been sprayed around. Been bowling that around the off stump, middle and off stump. But this pair has really continued to do well and repair all the damage after Winward would have broke into their batting. The wickets gone already. And we're seeing Leewards now staging a comeback here at 30 for 2. Stacey is something I noticed with the young players these days as well. If you look at them, most of their shots are out of the pants. There's a delivery driven on the offside. Extra cover comes wrong on field. No run. Yes, I'm looking at the attire of players. It's not always easy to keep your shot into your pants per se, but there are some who may not be bowling and their shorts are out of their pants. I don't know if they're more comfortable wearing it that way. I know long ago, as we said, cricket is a gentleman game, and the way you carry yourself, representing your team is very important.
Yeah, well, so far in this over, it's been better length bowling from Murray. It was a bit too short in that previous over. Now he's getting it a touch fuller. Just need to get it a bit straighter as well. So far, so good in this over from Murray. And I guess it comes down to comfort levels, not so much about, whether or not it's gentleman-like to wear your shirt in your pants or out of your pants. If it's not, I think more and more as cricket is modernized, you can start to step away from that sort of logic and just allow batters to be players to be comfortable, really. Sometimes as well, when you start bowling and fielding your shirt, it just wriggles out of your pants and you don't really pay too much attention to putting it back in. But I also see Aaron Joseph down at fine leg. He has had his shirt in his pants throughout the day, so I guess that's how he's comfortable. Fuller delivery. I don't mind that length too much to Devon and Singh.
That's a very good line and length to be bowling. As I said, since he started, he's still in search, Murray, for his first wicket here. He's into his 5th over actually. And he has been bowling a very immaculate length thus far.
The only worry I have with that length, if he gets an edge, you don't really have anyone in the slip cordon. So they'll be hoping it goes to the keeper. Or Stefan Pascal is in sort of a fly slip position. But I feel now as a captain, now that you've recognized that your bowler has found the length that you were looking for early in the spell when you had the 2 slips, maybe you might be encouraged to have a slip now in play, just in case you get an edge.
Yeah, that's a good observation, Stacey. Definitely applying some pressure on the batters. There's a full delivery. That one was missed badly. It really should be put away there by Singh, but he missed it completely. Full of length. But the umpire saying that it's just pitched wide of that that remark. So he signaled wide.
Yeah, Murray just searching to keep it at that full length we were praising him so well for. Just slipping out his hands there. Getting it a bit too full on that occasion. It's a better delivery to finish. Well, actually, he has another ball remaining in this over. 2 wides delivered in it so far.
And he has been showing great stamina since he started bowling, Stacey. He's still running in hard, still full of energy. And that is what you really want from your bowlers. Give it your best.
So a dot to finish. 2 wides coming from it. 32 for 2 after 9 overs.
Yeah, that's a very tidy over there. Bowled by Murray, Kirsten Murray. That's his 5th over being bowled. And he has shown that he is capable of bowling this nagging line and length. Very important, keeping the batsman in check. 32 for 2, the Leewards. Projected score of 178 now. 9 overs have been bowled in this encounter. We have Joel Andrew and Devanand Singh. Devanand Singh at the wicket. Andrew on 11 and Singh on 6. Doing some repair work for the Leewards after they would have lost 2 early wickets.
So this one will challenge the fielder, and it beats the fielder into the fence now. And I was just thinking to myself, since Joel Andrew has come to the wicket, you just feel like there's an ease of pressure from the Winward Islands fielding unit. The fielding has been a bit poor. You've seen a bit of misfields. The field setting as well. Certainly that man has slipped. The players that slipped, they've gone out. So it just seems like things have been eased a little bit since Joel Andrews' introduction to the middle.
Yeah, we're not taking anything away from the batter. That was a very good shot, well executed. Play square, pass backward point. So there was not a chance given per se. It was well executed there by Joel Andrews. And since he came to the wicket, as you said, Stacey, he has been playing well. And there's a sense of urgency that he really wants to get on with things.
Yeah, it's always dangerous signs when a batter is just timing it so well, not looking to hit it hard, and that's what I've seen from Andrew so far. So far in this short innings that he's played 15 runs off 14 deliveries.
So here he is, circumspect to delivery that's pitch on about middle and off stump. In defense, plays on the offside, no run, and he continues to look really, really good. And then hope he could go on and for the sake of West Indies cricket, we'll really get a big score here today. Still Aaron Joseph operating from the southern end. Delivery Andrews. Looking to beat extra cover. Knocked down by that fielder as it ricocheted off to mid-off. No runs.
Yeah, good comeback so far from Aaron Joseph. It was a very full delivery that was played away for 4. He's since then pulled his length back beautifully.
This one plays up on the onside for another single.
Yeah, so 5 runs coming from that over. It's the end of the power play as well. Leeward Islands are 37 for 2.
(37-2) going at the current run rate of 3.70. Not bad when you reflect on how they started actually. So this has been a very good partnership building between Andrew and Singh. Andrew on 16 off 17 delivery, almost a run a ball. And Singh giving the supporting roles. He has 6 to his name, 6 to his credit of 25 deliveries.
Yeah, I see a new bowler warming up. Spinner. Looks to be Curtin Murray. And this will be a very interesting passage of play here for the Leeward Islands. I mean, looking at the 2 games so far in this tournament, Spain has accounted for 12 out of 20 of the wickets that are falling for them. Mainly off spin though, but Curtin Murray is a slow bowler, wily in his approach. So this is indeed a very interesting passage of play, one that can really tell you the direction that the game is gonna end, depending on how Leeward Islands decide to play the spinners, or if Winward Islands get on top of them.
Well, it is often said, Stacey, history repeats itself. So as you rightly alluded to, batters have to put their head down if they have been not coping with the spin, and this is left arm spin. Let's hope the left arm spin get it right. The left arm spinners are really accurate bowlers most of the time. We see what would happen as
So Murray.
Kurt.
Yeah, Kurt Murray, a left arm spinner.
Murray.
He'll have fond memory of this Leeward Islands team in that 2 days version of things. He picked up a 5-wicket haul against them. But this is the white ball version, and he's bowling against 2 set batters in particular. Captain Joel Andrew, this one full over pitching on that occasion. Lucky to have gotten away with that.
So I have to turn that around. It should be Kurt Murray, as not what I'm seeing on the screen. Kurt Murray, left arm, and here's the delivery. Well flighted on the off stump, plays out to the man on the deep extra cover boundary. The batsman got a single. Total goes up to 38. 38. The Leeward Islands. 38. Of course, we are into the second power play. Caught Murray bowling to 1 slipper cover. Extra cover. Backward point as well. Mid off, mid on. Short mid wicket. Backward square. There's a delivery pitched and turned. So already we start to see some turn from him, Stacey.
Yeah, he's very slow through the air, Kurt Murray, so you will expect any purchase on offer. He'll definitely get the most out of it.
He has started well here. Hopes he finished well. And here's a natural left arm that really going across the batter.
Yeah, wonderful finish to the over as well. 1 run coming from that over, 38 for 2. And I mentioned the 12 wickets that are falling for Leeward Islands against spin. But the 12 wickets that I spoke about were from off spinners, from an off spinner. 5 wickets from Joshua Davis in that match against Trinidad and Tobago, and 7 from Avenger Dindial from Guyana in that last game against Guyana that they played at Park Hill.
So it would appear that the Leeward Islands are really susceptible to spin bowling. But in all format of the game, if you're going to take your game to the next level, you'll be coming up against all sorts of bowlers. As in the case of Guyana and Trinidad, you have to prepare to bat spin, and bat spin for a very long time, as long as you stay at the wicket. So there's a bowling change at the southern end. Will be Courtney Franklin is replacing Aaron Joseph. And Stacey, what do you know about him?
What you know about him is that he's going to give it his all. He's going to give it 100% when he runs in. He's going to try and do it as quickly as possible too. He's going to run in quite quickly. And he gets a lot more bunks from what I've seen so far from the other bowlers in this team for the Windward Islands. I like to see him be a bit fuller with his pace, of course. But he definitely bowls that shorter length compared to the other bowlers in this lineup. And a lot quicker as well, from what I know of him. This is my first time actually seeing Winward Islands play in this tournament. So let's see if he has dropped some pace. Mr. Hahn. A bit of a delay as well, maybe something with the ball. So the umpire Colin Bryan and umpire Jonathan Blades meeting in the middle, just having a chat about it. So not too sure. Oh, they're actually gonna have a drinks break. I think from what I've seen, they try and do it. Well, they do a drinks break every hour, and usually at the end of 10 overs, I've seen so far in this tournament that they have a drinks break. So At the end of 11 overs, we'll have drinks. And when we come back, more action for you in this Cricket West Indies Under-19s tournament match between Winward Islands and Leeward Islands. So welcome back after the drinks break here. Leeward Islands and Windward Islands, two bottom place teams. Teams taking on each other, looking to get their first victory. Leeward Islands are currently 38 for 2 after 11 overs. Dismissed batters are Nathan Edward, 1 off 7, and Michael Palmer, 9 off 12. Both of them going to the left arm seam of Aaron Joseph. In the other games, Barbados batting first, they're 76 for 4, and Guyana batting for 70 without loss. We are about to resume here. Courtney Franklin to continue, to start things off after that drinks break. So dot to start. Good delivery. So to start from Courtney Franklin. Have you seen any of him, Mr. Horn? He is a local lad, plays football as well, multi-talented athlete.
Yeah, I know he plays football. Actually, it's the first time I've actually seen him really operating in this capacity. But he looks good, he looks fit, strong lad, and definitely he has sports in his DNA. Seems to be a good a ball player, so to speak. You know, there are some players, any ball you give them, Stacey, they will play it very well. Whether it's a tennis ball, whether into the sports of table tennis, lawn tennis, you're just gifted in that area.
So far, first two deliveries from him have been quite full, showing a lot of control, Courtney Franklin. It's good to see from a Winward Islands perspective that he's prepared to just use some fuller deliveries before going to that shorter one.
He was stopping his follow through as the man at deep third man was being adjusted. So he begins his running again to bowl to Joel Andrew, and for this delivery he is working it on to short mid wicket, forcing shot sort of. So a good delivery. And so far, Stacey, I must say that I'm impressed so far with the bowling of the Windwards up to this stage of the game. They have been asked to bowl a very tight line, to put the ball in the right places, and they've been doing that thus far. And here is a ball driven, cannon into the pads of the non-striker. Sort of robbed of a single there, more than likely.
Singh might not be too happy with his captain, Joel Andrew. Ball that he drove straight back, just Joel Andrew getting in the way of it.
That's something that I've observed, Stacey, from the Windward's players. I'm not seeing the cheering and the clapping and, you know, and the chatting from the players. I mean, I know in my heyday those things work for your bowlers. It gives you tremendous inspiration.
But there are two guys clapping just now, as you spoke about not seeing any clapping. You want to hear more noise on the field?
Does a lot.
It's one shot, ill-directed, I think. Oh, an excellent stop there by young Curtston Murray, fast bowler. That one was really traveling along the turf. Keeps it to 2. Score moves to 41 for 2 at the end of that over.
Yeah, this was a delivery that was ill-directed, and Andrew's just helping it around, Joel Andrew, down to the fine leg area, and it was a very good save that prevented it from going into the boundary there by Kurt Franklin.
Yeah, really good awareness shown by him as he realized he was going to get close to that rope with his back leg. He sort of let go of the ball really quickly to prevent his foot touching the rope while he had the ball in hand. So good awareness shown right by him. Good athleticism as well, getting around there quickly to end the over. His twin brother has the ball in hand. There's a twin here on the field, Curtston Murray, who just fielded number 5 and number 6 respectively. So number 5, Kurt Murray, left arm spinner with the ball in hand.
Yes, Stacey, and not very often we get these brothers playing in or twin brothers playing in a cricket match. And we remember the Chapel brothers, of course, of yesteryear, but they were not twins. We remember people like Larry Gomes, his brother. Both of them played for Trinidad as well. And
hit hard and through the legs of that fielder. So another misfield. It was hit really hard off the bat of Joel Andrew, but through the legs of Jelani Joseph. Another spin in his right, a leg spinner, not supporting his fellow spinner, Kurt Murray.
Yeah, another disappointing bit of feeling by the Windwards. This one delivery from Kurt Franklin was tossed up outside the off stump. Really deserved the treatment it get, but it went straight to the fielder, and he really made a mess of it, actually. This one is a better delivery, pitch on the line of the leg stump turning towards middle, and he can do nothing with it more than just place it on the onside. And how often can we say that feeling is so important here, especially in this format of the game? You can't afford to be misfeeling here, Stacey.
Yeah, we've seen a number of misfeels as well in this shot, in this 12 and a bit over so far from Winward Islands. That one highlighting the misfeels straight through his legs on that occasion, Joseph. This one is short, but got a lot of bunks there, Court Murray.
Yeah, that one was pitched on bounce, and batsman, you could see him really trying to negotiate it. In the end, no harm done. Kurt Murray just bowling just on about middle and off stump, making the batsman play. And this is exactly what you want. He's have a backward point and a cover, a short cover. Feel well set. He's really bowling to his field. All he needs is that support, and that brings the over to an end. The 13th over, the Leeward Islands are 45 for 2. I guess, Stacey, based on the overnight showers last night, the wind was winning the toss and probably would have took that into consideration.
Yes, that certainly would have prompted their decision to bowl for us here this morning. Also added to the fact that there was a delay because there was some sort of moisture on one side of the surface that the umpires weren't too happy about. So that into consideration would have definitely prompted them into having a bowl for us. But I must say, there hasn't been a lot in terms of assistance for the bowlers so far this morning from the pitch. From what I've seen so far, I don't know if you've seen something different.
Yes, and you're right. You assessed it right. The wicket is playing very good. All the batters have to do is apply themselves, bat long, and definitely they will get runs. Bowlers are sticking to the task thus far. Just need the support of their feelers. We have seen one or two bad missed already from the Windward Island team. We just hope that they will do better. Here's one driven again, half stop, and the batsman comfortably through for a single.
Yeah, I think they may have expected, some balls just stopping and holding a bit on the surface with the aid of any moisture, but haven't seen anything like that this morning.
It's always tricky when you have heavy overnight rains. Captains sometimes think, well, okay, it's going to stick, the ball is going to stick, the wicket going to play slow, and hence I think I want to bat when it's more truer. So if I win the toss, I will prefer to send the opposition in.
That one not getting up that time as it passed through the keeper, bounces awkwardly in front of him, wasn't able to hold it, and they get a bye.
So the 14th over being bowled here. It's 47 for 2. The Leewards sent in to bat by the Windwards. Short delivery outside the off stump. Batsman doesn't make any contact. Due to the keeper. Courtney Franklin into his second over here. Really has an energetic run up. This one mid-on, moves to his right to field, and the batsman gets another single, pushes up the total up to 48 for 2. 48 for 2. Andrews on 23 of 29 deliveries and Singh on 10 of 36. It's been really slow going for Singh since Andrews have came to the wicket. He prefers to play the supporting role. tugged away to backward square for another single by Andrews. So he moves up to 24. The total on to 49. So just one shy away from the 50 mark, and the 14th over come to an end. So far, Stacey, your assessment after the jinx break? Batters continue to bat and put their heads down, and the Windwards continue to look for their third wicket. Operating is a seamer and the left arm spinner, Court Murray, who is going to take it up again here from the commentary box and looking for his first wicket.
Yeah, we're continuing to see good application from both of these batters in their quest to bat 50 overs for the first time in this 50-over competition. And Joel Andrew is getting good support from Devon and Singh. He's going slow, but he's certainly playing a role for his team so far. Still a lot of overs to bat. He was there when the 2 wickets fell. So he understands that a bit of repair job was required, and they're repairing quite nicely, these two. Yeah, with offer, and I think that will crash into the boundary. Marvelous effort, really good effort there from Jelani Joseph. That's what we've seen from Joel Andrew. When he recognizes a bad delivery, he puts his foot down and he tries to hit it as hard as possible.
Yeah, that's a beautiful save there. You could see the effort. He chases up to deep cover and just pull that ball back inside the boundary. Good feeling there by Joseph.
Yeah, it slowed up a bit also. Didn't expect it to slow up that much on its way into the boundary. So good chase by him, not never giving up the race. Win won it in the end, Jelani Joseph. Again, hitting it very hard, just not able to pierce the gap. 50 came up as well. 51 for 2 now, Leeward Islands. And so far in this over, he's given him a lot of room to free his arms, Scott Murray. Just want to cramp him for room some more, similar to that last delivery that he bowled. So a better one to finish. 51 for 2 after 15 overs.
Yeah, another good over there from Court Murray. Just bowling on about middle and off stump. Except for that ball that was trifling short. Gives Andrew a chance to free his arm that he hit out to cover and was beautifully saved by Joseph. But so far, Court Murray has been bowling a very good line. So it's Courtney Franklin to continue. Bowling to a slip. Third man, cover, extra cover, and a mid off, mid on, short mid wicket, backward square, and a fine leg. Courtney Franklin looking very energetic, looking very keen. Seems to be enjoying his cricket. And that is very important. Must be enjoying what you love to do, Stacey. Still young, have a long way to go. Learning his art. Here's a ball of a fuller length driven up to mid-on. Can't score. Guyana 51 for 2 after the loss of 2 early quick wickets. Are really staging a good recovery here between the pair of Andrew and Singh. Singh on 10 off 38. Joel Andrew, very experienced player. It's not the first time he's been at this level. He's on 26 and really would like to have a big one here. Here he is guiding this one, but only as far as first slip. Can't score. Joel Andrew looking quite well. Seems like he definitely wants to get on with things here for the Leewards. He knows that he has to play a very big hand indeed. And I believe once he stays at the wicket, he will get a big score. Umpire signal wide as this one, down the leg side. Can't afford to bowl there, Franklin.
Yeah, I know it's his first wide of the match so far, Franklin, but so far I must praise the control that he has shown. I remember last year him running into bowl. He was all over the shop, so to speak. Had a lot of wides on both sides of the wicket. So far, we're seeing a lot more control from him. It's good to see that he has learned and developed Franklin in terms of having control over his craft.
Leewards looking to push on things here. Finding it very difficult to score to some very tight bowling here from the Windwards. In this 50 over contest between the Windwards and the Leewards. Here at the Annisville Stadium. Bright sunshine here at Annisville as Franklin short outside the off stump, given the width. And here is Joel Andrew pouncing on that one and hitting it out to deep extra cover. Getting 2 runs. This time a very short one outside the off stump, Stacey. A little bit loose there.
Yeah, well handled by Devanand Singh. He's shown a lot of patience in his knock so far. He's just 12 or 41. Just looking to settle.
Wait for the signal of the umpire.
Yeah, leg by to finish. 16 gone, 55 for 2.
And the Leewards 55 for 2 definitely would want to start opening up their hands here and push a little quicker. These 2 batters now have been at the crease for some time, well over half an hour, and no doubt will be looking to really opening up their arms and score a little quicker for the Leewards. They have been kept from scoring as freely as they would have liked due to some tight bowling from the Windward bowlers. Kurt Murray, the left arm, will continue from the commentary box end, and he will be bowling to Joel Andrew. And there's a beauty, beating outside the off stump, the natural left arm, pitching and moving away, just beating the edge outside here. Well bowled, Stacey. Good delivery.
Yeah, certainly well bowled. He'll be hoping to be more consistent in that area to Joel Andrew. Sorry, Devanand Singh.
And he is again another beauty. And he is getting it right this time. The batter now playing straight down the line and the ball just curving past the edge.
Yeah, so Devanand Singh on strike to Murray. Has found some rhythm in this over so far.
He's being encouraged by the wicket keeper and the player at first slip, giving him some encouragement, applauding him for his well pitched delivery. Here's another one. The one was keeping a little bit low. The batsman was on his back foot, but lucky to have it played out too short, extra cover.
Yeah, really good single taken by these 2. The running has been good so far between these 2 in the middle. Decisive running. Another single to them. Quick single. Good decision making quickly out of the blocks by these 2.
Yes, as I said before, both of them have been at the crease for some time now, and they do understand. They're demonstrating that they understand what it is to be running between the wicket. The communication has been good, and that is so important.
Nicely bowled and well covered there by Joel Andrew to finish the over. 56 for 2 after 17.
Yes, a very, very good over there. Bowled by Kurt Murray. And Stacey, he has bowled a very tight line. And what I would have liked to see in that over is that he tossed the ball a little bit more. Because he have beaten the batsman. You see when he flight the ball, he beating the batsman. So if he could toss it a bit higher, you should be able to get some better results from his deliveries.
Yeah, and he can afford to do that. I mean, so far in this competition, we haven't seen a lot of batters prepared to use their feet to the spinners. As Franklin runs into Singh. Yeah, this is a fourth bowler used for Winward Islands, and just to note, there are 3 other frontline bowlers that have yet to make an appearance in this match. You have Dante Alexander, tall right-arm pacer. Also have Lee John, the off spinner, and Jelani Joseph, a leg spinner. So a lot of variety in this bowling attack.
And here's a delivery. There's a loud appeal there, but umpire's not interested. It's just shifting down the leg side, really, this one. Pitch middle and moving further down. Batsman, in an effort to whip it off his pad, missed. Struck his pad and the appeal went up, but the umpire said not out.
Yes, and Andrew just having a word with Singh, probably telling him, keep trying to present the full face of the bat. So one works it into the onside. They look for 2. Get that quite comfortably. Return comes in from Joseph.
Yes, two good runs there. Nicely walked off the pads in the first attempt. The delivery before that, he tried that same shot and he missed it. Was slightly going down leg. But this time he was able to really make full use of that shot. And Stacey, you can see that Singh is really trying his best to get his feet to the pitch of the ball. The Windward's bowlers, as I said, have been bowling a very nagging line and length just outside the off stump, but they're still looking for that full pitch delivery, and he's trying his uttermost best to get on the front foot. Could see him coming forward.
Change of angle now for Courtney Franklin. Around the wicket, trying to angle it across the batter. Yeah, and that now that you mentioned that, he did have a few deliveries, a few full ones that he could have put away, but just not able to get to the pitch of it fully to get it through the cover area. So the timing has been off on the deliveries that he's been trying to play through the covers. But he's still there, still fighting a battle for his team. Another appeal, but certainly pitching outside leg to end the over. 58 for 2 after 18.
Yeah, very good over there again. Bowled by Aaron Joseph. He has changed his line. He was coming around the wicket and did have the batter there in some trouble. He struck him twice on the pad, but one pitched outside the leg stump and the other one just slightly missing leg stump. So a very good over as we see Court Murray getting ready to bowl his his 5th over. He has bowled 4 overs for 8 runs, yet to get a wicket, and he will try again from this end. Joel Andrew will take strike from him. He will be bowling to 1 slip, backward pointer cover and an extra cover as he comes in, and for this delivery, Andrews is coming forward, smothering what spin there may be. Plays up out easily on the offside. Extra cover fields, no run. Here's one that is bouncing and turning. Joel Andrew was really getting back to slapped it hard, but realized that the bounce he has to adjust, and it just evade for a slip down to the 3rd man area. The backward point giving trace, and the batsman was able to cross it too.
Took everyone by surprise there. He got in position to slap it through the cover area, but that awkward bounce accounting for that edge in the end and just passing the skipper in slip. Pascal.
And this is what I was saying, Stacey, before. If we could see him tossing that ball up, I think he will extract more bounce out of the wicket. So far, he has been rather flat in his delivery. So if he could really toss that ball up a bit more, I think he will get more purchase out of the wicket. The Leeward 61 for 2. We're in the 19th over. Windwards looking to break this partnership that has been batting quite well, repairing the damage after losing 2 early wickets. Singh and Andrew has been very watchful and have been very good in their shot selection. Not taking any undue risk. And that brings the 19th over to an end. The total 61 for 2. 61 for 2. We're seeing the physio running onto the field. Arlington Bergen in consultation with one of the Leeward Island batters. Not sure what is his story. Probably, well, he's just spoken to him and he's running off now. So he seems to be all right. Just letting you know that you're not missing any cricket.
Yeah, you feel like a change wasn't too far away in the search of a wicket. I did mention there are 3 other frontline bowlers in this team. A captain has turned to 1. 3 other frontline bowlers that is yet to bowl. Captain has turned to 1 now. Jelani Joseph, a leg spinning option.
It will be interesting, Stacey, to see how these 2 batters who have been at the crease for some time now will face up to the leg spin of Jelani Joseph. He misses his run, dead ball signaled by the umpire. He'll be bowling to a slip. Cover and extra cover, and a man on the deep mid-off boundary. This one, his first delivery is played back up along the wicket, the bowler fields. So to continue that field, he has a deep mid-off, a long off, and a long on. There's a delivery that he is somewhat on the back foot, trying to work it on the onside. Gets it no further than short mid-wicket. This is important for leg spinners to really have that control. And I know once they have that control, it could be very dangerous.
Right away, Joel Andrew has been sucked into it. Slip taken and simple catch. Jelani Joseph strikes, and you know, as you were about to say, and it's something that I was thinking as well, the leg spinning option is always going to be a wicket taking option, although at times they can prove to be pretty expensive. But that wrist spinning option is always a wicket taking option, as Joel Andrew, who looked pretty set for a big one today, has to go back for 29.
Yes, unfortunately. And I was just saying that it will be interesting to see how we're going to negotiate the leg spinner. And you too, Stacey, would have alluded to it earlier that the Leeward Island team is susceptible to good spin bowling. And here it is that we're just having that second change in terms of the spin bowlers coming on from the southern end, Jelani Joseph, and has already proved to be a problem for the Leeward Islanders. So, unfortunately, the Leewards have lost their third wicket, and the score is now 61 for 3. 61 for 3. Devan Singh, he's on 50 not out, 56. And he will be joined now by Tianik Honori. Tianik Honori will join Singh at the wicket.
Yeah, really good partnership though of 47 runs. Unfortunately, the skipper Joel Andrew unable to go on, and Tianik Honore has fond memories of this bowling attack from Winward Islands, particularly Lee John. Took 6 sixes off him in that last encounter in the 2-day game. He actually made a half century, Tianik Honore,
but to go back
against Guyana.
To go back to that
in that last game.
To go back to that delivery, Stacey, that one was short.
Yeah, and he started in his aggressive manner. It won't get to the boundary. It was short. It sat up to be pulled. And right away, Tianik Honore is off the mark, who gets his runs in a hurry as well. Made 56 or 45 deliveries. Hits a lot of sixes as well. Scored 5 sixes in that knock against Guyana. 3 fours.
Yeah, well, it will be interesting to see how he handled Windward bowling. He seems to be able to pack a punch. Yeah, he looks very businesslike already, opening his account with 2 runs. Yeah, I was referring to the delivery that the batter who just was out, Joel Andrew. Yeah, he didn't take enough time to really have a good look. I think that ball was pitched and was turning away from him, bouncing as well, and he just couldn't get his bat out of the way. I think he just needed to just look a bit longer at that bowler who was just being introduced into the attack. And leg spin, as we say, once they are pitching, they could prove a very danger to any team.
Yeah, certainly. Always a wicket-taking option. A wrist spinner. Certainly want to have one of those in your game, and it's good to see as well in this competition, this 50-over version. You have wrist spin bowling points and fast bowlers bowling points as well in the tournament. So just encouraging the young wrist spinners to continue. Jelani Joseph right away picking up that big wicket of Joel Andrew. So Murray to continue. Offering a bit of width, getting on the back foot, but almost slapping it straight to one of those fielders there, Devanand Singh. You don't want the pattern to follow where you lose one wicket and you lose one right after. I've seen that a number of times in this tournament. Leeward Islands, they need to rebuild here. Aerially again. So the first 2 deliveries, just playing it a bit too uppishly. Devanand Singh.
And here's some reinforcement on the offside. And I keep saying, Stacey, if we can see Kurt Murray tossing that ball up, I think it's going to prove a lot of trouble to the batter. So the offside is being strengthened, and let's see what he will do. To this delivery, just pitches outside the off stump. Once he continues to bowl that line, but just give it a little more air on that off stump, I think he can draw the batsman into driving to either off. We see the extra cover fielder being placed into position now.
So that one kept really low. As well for Devanand Singh, I see that they have a man at mid-wicket. He's going squarer now. Kurt Murray has shown really good control of his delivery. So I think they can afford to just bring that fielder in and force him goes across the line that time. Force Devanand Singh to do something different. They look for 2 sent back in the end. He hasn't really shown that he wants to take on the bowler so far, Devanand Singh. So I would just still put more pressure on him to try and take me on with a big shot. Bring that fielder in, bring all the fielders in the circle to him, especially losing Joel Andrew, who was a bit more free-flowing in his innings.
Yes, the attempted sweep shot from Singh. That ball was first time we have seen Kurt Murray drifting somewhat off the line of the off stump.
And I think they remember Tianik Honore's innings quite well right away, although he's new. We see reinforcements on the boundary. So you have 4 fielders out now, long on, long off, square leg and a mid-wicket. Gets it away, not convincingly, but gets a single nonetheless to end the over. 65 for 3 after 21.
Yeah, 65 for 3, a very good over there for the Windwards. Getting that wicket, the third wicket, that really sets the Leeward Islanders back into further trouble. And no doubt would be working harder to get a few more wickets. While on the other hand, the Leeward Islands, with Honori in the wicket, Honori looking very businesslike, have other ideas and really wanting to push the score along so that they will be able to post a very competitive total here for the Leeward Islands. So Jelani Joseph continues with his leg spin from the southern end. Ball driven through the offside. Deep extra cover fields. Batsman shoot for 1. And as you rightly said, Stacey, the player seems to know a thing or two about Honori. You see a different field setting for him than for Singh.
Yeah, I'm just thinking to myself, I have to correct myself from earlier. Before Jelani came into the attack, I mentioned there are 3 bowlers, frontline bowlers yet to bowl, but there are actually 4. Watson Seaton hasn't bowled as yet. So very packed.
Is he a leg spinner as well?
No, he's a left arm spinner actually. And I'm just thinking to myself, the Leeward Islands should be looking to get to above 170 or so, because from my memory, Theo Edward isn't playing, Rickel Sylvester as well, so that's 2 of their top order batters not playing. I wonder if these are forced changes from the Windward Islands. So a lot of bowlers are playing today.
Current run rate 3.35, 3.05. And the Leewards definitely need to score a bit faster than they have been doing now. They have been really set back. Leeward bowlers, the Windward bowlers have been bowling a very tight line. Can't help saying that. But the Leeward Island batters have to find ways of scoring. And here's
that was certainly an opportunity to score. Wasn't able to get in position to put it away, Devon and Singh. His struggles continue in the middle. He's 16 off 66. 66 for 3.
So the Windwards continue to bowl and to bowl well. The Leewards struggling a bit to get the ball off the square. Again, they are in the rebuilding process after the loss of that 3rd wicket.
Yeah, and that's the thing for Devon and Singh. He's been there for a very long time. If you're unable to get the big hits away, then you should be looking to at least try to get a single and get Tianik Honoré on strike. He's a very attacking batter by nature. He's known for his big hits. Hits a lot of 6s once he's set. So that should be his role now. Yes, he's not getting it away, but it's so important that he's still there batting. So now his job will be to just, if you can't get it away, get a single, get off strike.
So there's some pressure put here for the new batter. Well, no, for Singh actually.
Yes, it's a really good field setting actually by Captain Pascal. He's given his bowler called Murray every chance of picking up a wicket if there's a miss-hit in the circle. Getting those tight fielders as well to try and cut off a single on the offside, but he actually also has protection. And that's because of the reputation of Tianik Honoré to go big. So a really good field setting from Stefan Pascal to Honoré.
Yes, but he still needs to toss that ball up. Once he tosses that ball up and get the batsman to come into the drive, that is what he wants with that field setting. He has a a backward point to cover, an extra cover, and a short mid-off. Invite the batsman to drive. He needs to just toss that ball a little bit more up on the off stump. So far, he has been pitching it rather full length, and the batsman watchful.
Yeah, so far, what Honoré has done well in this over, those 4 balls, he's playing him on length, he's looking at his lines, and he's prepared to just get early on the back foot and watch it go through. There's nothing has been threatening his stump so far. That time he comes forward and plays it down the ground. It's a good bit of cricket being shown here by these 2 youngsters.
And there's a much better line of delivery, really, and that is exactly what you want the batsman to come forward, come at you, so that there's that chance of you hitting the ball in the air with that field placing. So Aaron Jovas bowled 16 overs. He have 2 wickets. He scored 67 for 3. Jelani Joseph 1 for 3. 67 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. 23 overs being bowled, and it's the second jinx break we are seeing now. So it's the second jinx break. The Leeward Islanders are 63 for 3 here at Annisville Plain. 67 for 3. And we will be back with you here at the Annisville Plain Field after the short jinx break. And welcome back here at the Annisville Stadium as we're resuming after the second jinx break with the score. Leeward Islands sent into bat by the Winward Islands at 67 for 3. 67 for 3. Just had a jinx break, as we said. And we'll see Joseph bowling for the Winward Islands. Taking it up from the southern end.
Yeah, the 2 other games in the tournament being played, Barbados versus Jamaica. Barbados 105 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Guyana batting, they're 124 for 1 after 34 overs. Here at Annisville Plain Field, Leeward Islands about to resume on 67 for 3.
Tianek Honori to take strike. There's a delivery outside the off stump. He's hitting it into the offside. No run. Stacey, and since the introduction of Jelani Joseph, he has proven very difficult to get away. There's a delivery that pitched wide outside the off stump, and Honori hitting that one to deep extra cover and able to pick up a single. The score now moves on by 1 to 68 for 3, the Leeward Islanders. Still a lot of cricket to be played, still a lot of overs to be bowled. We are closing in on the halfway mark, 23.3 overs, and here's a ball that is tugged into the mid-wicket region. A single resulting. Score goes up to 69 for 3. Honori on 6 and Singh on 17. Singh has been batting incredibly slow. Some 68 deliveries he would have faced in. And you would have expected by now, Stacey, that he would have been the man to really lead the charge here for the Leeward Islanders. What we are seeing, Honori, who have just come to the wicket, seems more intent on scoring quickly.
Yeah, I already mentioned it. Devanand Singh, what he should be looking to do is get a single as early as possible in the over and get off strike, let Honori take more control. But the position he's in now, 17 off 69. Wonderful shot. Gloriously played. Taking it up and over the infield. Devanand Singh moves to 21. Certainly wants to see more free-flowing strokes from him like that in the rest of this innings. And I was about to say from him, what he should be looking to do is take it to the end of the innings, really. He's already faced 70 deliveries. He's now moved up to 21. So he has no choice, really, but to stay and play that sort of anchor role now for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, indeed. That was a very well-executed, lofted shot over the middle fielder down to the boundary for 4. Yes, he has been there for quite some time, and he needs to take charge now and really push the scoring along for the Leeward Islands. Shot selection is very important in this game, and that was a very well executed shot, as I said.
So Murray to continue. His 7th over, I believe, in this inning so far. Continuing to get that bounce and turn. This one bouncing over that field, that slip will be a bye. We'll just see if it actually came off the glove of the keeper.
Yes, Court Murray continued to bowl just outside the off stump, searching for that ball, turning away to give first slip a chance. But as I said, he needs to give it a little bit more air so that he can gain the purchase that he should have. And what we have not been seeing from him too as well, Stacey, is not enough variation and his angle and approach to the wicket. All of those little things helps, but again, he's young and surely will learn to know when to go wide at the crease, when to go closer, brush the umpire, when to have his arm up. And here's the delivery. That's a long hop. It's one of his first short delivery and pull hard, as you rightly said, by Honori this time, down to the mid-wicket fence for 4.
Yeah, pulled with a lot of power and confidence, Honorary. Sat up nicely for him, and that fielder, because he's had such good control, Kurt Murray, so far in this innings, you saw that the captain actually called up that fielder that was at the mid-wicket boundary. And instead of having 4 out, there are now 3 out. But that one just sat up nicely for Honorary to get into his walk, picking up another boundary. And that's the thing with Honorary. Once it's a bad delivery, he's gonna put it away. So you can't afford to miss your line and length to Honorary.
Honorary seems to be a very powerful hitter of the ball. He's now putting back his gloves on. So Kurt Murray will have to wait as he settles again. And for this delivery from Murray, and that one is pitching and keeping relatively low, well taken by the keeper. We have seen some balls at the southern end, Stacey, keeping a bit low from the spinner.
Yeah, variable
just
bunks.
Outside the off stump.
Variable bunks, I'll say, because you've also seen some that has bounced and taken off. A dot to finish, the 25th. And at the halfway mark, Leeward Islands are 80 for 3.
80 for 3, the Leeward Islands, looking really to push things on here at Annisvale. They have lost 3 wickets already. Still a lot of overs to go. That will, once they capitalize, once they continue to rotate the strike, should be able to get within in the region of 150, 160. That should be a good competitive score here. Here's a delivery, pitch outside the off stump. And Singh, a bit disgusted with himself that he did not make full use of that one. It's Joseph again. To bowl to Singh. Playing quietly on the offside. Joseph bowling a very, very good line here for a leg spinner with very good control, getting the ball to turn, getting the ball to bounce. Doesn't give much away. Batters will have to really work and work hard, and it's something again we've been seeing all along, Stacey. We have not seen the batters trying to use the feet to the bowlers either. They're taking no chances. Here's a lofted jive again, similar to the one that he played earlier. Gets it out to the extra cover boundary, and the batsmen were able to come through for 2.
Yeah, not bad tactics at all from Devon and Singh. He hasn't been able to pierce the outfield along the carpet, but he has been able to hit it up and over. He's decided, you know what, maybe going over the infield is the best option. Picked up 2 on that occasion.
We have seen two balls, 2 stroke being played lofted in that area, but we have not seen any field adjustments, so the skipper decides to maintain that field.
Yeah, and that's part of the game within the game. It's up to the captain now to say, you know, do I send that fielder back, or do I just leave that fielder in the circle and force him to try to continue to play that shot over the infield? So far, Pascal hasn't taken the bait. The score is 82 for 3 after 26.
So the Leewards continue to play relatively quiet here. Just happy to wait on the bat ball. But I would really love to see them taking the attack to the bowlers. And to ensure that the Leeward Islands get in the region of 150, 160 at this stage of the game. just over the halfway stage.
So Murray into his 9th. He has 2 wickets in this tournament so far, yet to pick up 1 in this match. It's very rarely you see Kurt Murray bowling his entire 10 overs without picking up a wicket. So far, Leeward Islands have done well to keep him out of the game.
And we cannot help emphasizing, Stacey, the use of the feet to those fuller length deliveries. Had they been using their feet, I think they would have been able to get more runs. Again, Kurt Murray, if he was to be flighting those deliveries a little bit more, maybe he would have gotten more wickets as well. Here's one that is tug over deep mid wicket for 6 by Honori. Lovely shot.
Yeah, we've spoken about his 6-hitting ability. And another one that's pitched a bit too short. He latched onto it, this time taking it all the way for a 6. So you have to be wary of Honori once he gets set and into his innings. That's a 4-6 for him. A young man who hits a lot of 6s so far in this tournament. Goes this time and through the hands of that fielder there. It's Aaron Joseph, I believe. Straight through the hands. That Winward Islands really would have liked that wicket. Caught Murray more so after being pummeled for 6. Didn't get himself in any sort of position. He kept going down. The closer the ball got to him, and eventually going over his head and his hands. So we'll definitely count that as a missed opportunity for the Winward Islands.
Yes, indeed. Honori looking to get on with things here and pulling his first delivery for 6 over mid wicket, and that one after that 6 really should have been taken, but struck powerfully, and the man at short mid wicket seems not to pick it up. Went straight through his hands. Bad miss there for the Winward Islands. Honori live to fight another day.
Yeah, it's 89 for 3 now after 27 overs. Winward Islands searching for another wicket. Leeward Islands searching for another partnership, a partnership of 47 between the skipper Joel Andrew and Devanand Singh. And these two are looking to build their way to another such partnership, or even better than what the captain and Singh was able to do.
Just a shadow coming over the stadium here at Annisvale as Honori faces up to Joseph, and for this delivery he is looking to pierce the offside, misses this one. Keeper didn't quite collect. There's no run. Joseph continued to bowl and bowl well. He's really been having a very good spell here. There's a delivery. Plays back to him with some firmness that ricochets off his hand, the bowler's hand, and he has to trace. The batsman in the meantime was able to run through for a single.
I'm not seeing any sort of reaction from any of the fielders. So I guess, yes, he played that into the turf.
I think as long as Honori stays there at the wicket, Stacey, we're going to really see some attacking stroke play. He's definitely demonstrated that he really wants to get on with things. He seems to be a no-nonsense player. Nothing wrong with that, but also at the same time you have to think of the position that your team is in. You also have to think that you need to up your run rate as well, and you also have to contend with good bowling and ensure that your shot selection is in place.
Yeah, so far what we've seen from Honore, he's not reckless in his shot selections, and that's very important. And he's able to have a healthy strike rate. It's 19 of 25. Haven't seen any sort of bad shots from him really. Yes, he's gotten a few away to the boundary, but it's been really good judgment shown from him so far in this innings. Swan on edge, another edge, accounting for that man, Devanand Singh, who goes for 24 of 81. I mentioned that he really should have been looking to play that anchor role. But similar dismissal to his captain, Joel Andrew, and Devanand Singh has to go back. Jelani Joseph striking once more.
Yes, again, Jelani Joseph bowling that very nagging line, looking and inviting the batsman to play. And that is the type of bowling you want to see here from the other end, from his counterpart Court, who was not tossing that ball. He was a bit more flatter. But here is Joseph tossing the ball, inviting the batsman to come at him, and he was able to get that reward that he's looking for. Big edge there by Singh, who disappointingly have been at the crease for some time now and was not able really to get on with the scoring as he would like. Edged this ball to first slip, and another wicket goes. The fourth wicket down for the Leeward Islands, again to spin. 90 for 4, and it seems that they will have a long way to go with the spin attack.
You must give credit to Jelani Joseph, the young leg spinner, who has been very patient with his length. He's been predominantly trying to keep it as full as possible to these two batters. Can't remember seeing a lot of drag down deliveries from him, which tells you that he's just thinking as much to keep it fuller length to these batters. And it has accounted for 2 of the wickets so far. As a new batter is Carlton Pluck. That was the end of the over as well, 94-4. Court Murray into his last over. It's beaten him to start. That man, Tianik, Honore in strike. They'll dearly love to see the back of him, the Winward Islands.
Stacey, we have not seen that quicker delivery from Court Murray with the natural left arm, you know. We yet to see that arm ball, which would definitely could surprise the batsman. He's just there and about. Just putting it on spot, just putting it there. But as I said, he needs to have that little more variation into his repertoire of bowling. But he's young and he's learning, and I hope it's something that the coach will work with him on.
Yes, I agree with you. And as a spin bowler, the danger sometimes lies in your varying of your pace. And just as you mentioned, you haven't really seen that quicker delivery from him so far, especially that arm ball.
We have known and seen bowlers like Jevan Etienne bowling for the Windwards. I remember that formidable mini test match, Barbados versus the Winward Island here, of the likes of Jevan Etienne. And here's a delivery that, is he bowled?
Yes, he's bowled him actually. So finally, Court Murray toiling away in his last over, his penultimate ball of his bowling spell, picks up that very important wicket of Tianik Honore, chopping on.
And this is what I just spoke about it. He bowling with having a bit more variation, Stacey. We have not seen that arm ball, and here we now has that arm ball coming in. The batsman was on the back foot trying to force in shot, and he was able to skate through and bowl him. All ends up.
Yeah, we mentioned Tianik Honore in his knock so far. His judgment has been spot on. In this over so far, I've seen him just losing his concentration a bit more to Court Murray when he really should have been looking to see him off. It's his last over. But I've seen him try to play that shot to him 2 deliveries before. Didn't get the pace to work with, wasn't able to put it away. Also, that delivery kept leaving him on that occasion. Court Murray just getting it spot on, right where you've been asking him to bowl it and picking up a wicket. So 1 more ball remaining in his spell. 90 now for 5 Leeward Islands.
Well, he would have toiled all morning, toiled looking for that first wicket, and unfortunately or fortunately for him, in his penultimate over, he has succeeded in getting a wicket. He still has one ball left, and hopefully he might be able to pick up another wicket as we are into the middle half of the Leeward Island batting. And we have seen the Leeward Island batters getting a start and not able to carry on. A disappointing thing for West Indies cricket, because we speak about, getting yourself in, being watchful, and these batters have been watchful all the time. We think of Singh, who have spent so much time at the crease, and with Honori, who looks the part and wants to get things going, really will want somebody to come in and support him, Stacey.
Honoré is actually dismissed. 2 new batters in the middle, Israel Morton and Carlton Pluck, and must give some applause to young Kurt Murray. A wonderful spell from him, miserly, just going for 2 and a bit in his 10 overs and picking up that very key wicket of Théanique Honoré. So the end of his spell, Jelani Joseph about to continue.
Current run rate 3.10, projected score 155. Whether they're going to get up to 150 is left to be seen, as the Windwards are making further inroads into the Leeward Islands, batting here at the Annisvale playing field. A keenly contested match here between these two. As Jelani continues to bowl.
Yeah, with the end of that spell now from Kurt Murray, Captain Pascal will be searching for another bowler that can exhibit the same sort of control and probably take more wickets as well from that end.
Yes, the pressure is now on the Leewards with a new batter in, and here is the delivery, and he's bowled. Israel Morton, the new batsman, bowled again from Jelani. A very beautiful delivery, a big inside edge. Big inside edge, and the Leewards slump into further trouble here from a delivery that was pitched. He was coming forward, yes, we're seeing it now, and was comprehensively bowled. I don't think he even edged that one. Went straight through the gap. Well bowled, Stacey.
Yeah, wonderful delivery again from young Jelani Joseph. He's thinking out there. He's growing in his confidence. That seemed to be a bit of a googly. That one coming back in to the right-handed batter, not leaving him. It kept coming into him. He decided that he was just going to show a defensive full face of the bat, but it kept coming into him. Didn't really get to the pitch of it. And Jelani Joseph continues in his wicket-taking ways, picking up a 3rd wicket for the Winward Islands.
Yes, indeed. And he continued to bowl well here at the Annisvale Stadium and continue to bowl his team into a very good position, Jelani Joseph. He has been bowling well from the start. And how pleased his captain would be feeling now that he has introduced him into this attack, and he has been posing problems for all the batters thus far.
Yeah, so the new batter, Yannick Watley, we have seen his ability to stay and bat in the 2-day version. And that will certainly be required from a Leeward Islands perspective, as the top order has been shut out by some smart bowling by Jelani Joseph and an economical display from Kurt Murray. Aaron Joseph, of course, starting things off, picking up 2 wickets early. This one coming back in as well to Yannick Watley.
And the Leewards here proving you right, Stacey, on your assessment that they're really susceptible to spin. And this is really showing here now as the Windwards continue to pile on the pressure. Spinners have been doing the trick for the Windward Islands. And here's the delivery. It's edge pass, first slip between the wicketkeeper and first slip. And the batters were able to cross for 2 runs. And the total now up to...
It was actually wide. It's actually wide.
Well, wide signal by the umpire.
Take the edge.
It's 93 now for 6. 93 now for 6. We're into the 30th over.
So a partnership needed here between Watley and Morton. The only big partnership of note so far was between Andrew and Devon and Singh.
Projected score, Stacey, is 157, but with 6 batters back in the hutch, Stacey, what is your projection? The export says 157. You think they would be able to make 150?
I'm certainly in no position to predict what will be the outcome of this match, or even what sort of score Leeward Islands will make. They are 93 for 6. These two batters certainly must have some sort of batting ability, I believe, Yannick Watley and Israel Morton. So it's really up to them now to form a partnership, and the Winward Islands will certainly be seeking to try and dismiss these batters as quickly as possible. So in terms of predicting the score, it is certainly out of question for me. You can ask me a different question and I'll see if I'll be able to answer that. 93 now for 6 at the end of 30 overs.
Well, the Leeward Islanders, the coaches and the managers have a lot of work here to do with these youngsters, especially when they're bowling spin or playing against the spinners, because, yes, we know that the Leeward Islands are known for fast bowling as well, but there are some good spinners that came out of the Leeward Islanders, so by no means.
So we were asking which bowler will come on at the end of the spell, and a like-for-like bowler really in Watson Seaton making his debut. I see Samantha Lynch, a renowned coach, getting up in her seat. I don't know if she's exercising or just excited to see him on the ball.
And again, he's another left armour. So this is the third left armour being, or fourth left armour. 2 spinners being left arm and 2 seamers.
I mentioned he's making his debut as well. So might be a bit of nerves around. So his fellow Vincentian, Courtney Franklin, just giving him a hug to start, calming his nerves if there are any. It's a bit short, but it's keeping low as well. Just needs to get it up somehow there. Watson Seaton has to replicate what his counterpart Kurt Murray was able to do in his spell. This one is full, it's in the air. This could be his first wicket, and it is. And that same man, Kurt Murray, who we just spoke about, he needs to replicate him, takes the catch. And yes, Watson Seaton gets his debut wicket.
Yes, that's a beautiful, beautiful delivery. That is what I was talking about all morning. In comparison to Kurt Murray bowling, he needs to flight the ball, and we have seen that from Watson, from Seaton. He has flighted this delivery, inviting the batsman to come forward, and here he is looking for that drive, and the ball just spill out to the extra cover fielder.
And just 2 things from that delivery. It's the control and the direction it pitched, which had Israel Morton thinking, yes, I'm going to take this to the onside. Ill-advised, the ball is moving away from you. Pitched beautifully, middle and leg. Israel Morton deciding he's going to take on that vacant area to the leg side, picking up a healthy top edge. And a well-set field as well, giving support to his new bowler in the circle of any chance of picking up a wicket. So, really good start to this inning so far from the Winward Islands. 93 now for 7. New batter, Micah McKenzie.
Yes, very, very, very good start for the Winward Islands, and this new left arm spinner Watson Seaton seems to be a force to be reckoned with. He's taken his first wicket. He's into his first over, and he seems to be a wicket taker.
Yeah, it's always a dream to get your first wicket in your debut match. Only so in your first over. So a good start to Watson Seaton's career.
Watson Seaton, is he a Vincentian?
Yes, he is a Vincentian, Mr. Horn.
And I know the Winward Islands are made up of players from St. Lucia and St. Vincent. And here's a delivery, there's a big appeal. This one striking him, probably going down a bit, but definitely was pitch between middle and probably just drifting, Stacey.
Yes, certainly drifting down leg, but again, the direction that he's getting the ball to land in so far, really good control from Watson Seaton. He's been bowling really well so far in his debut match. 5 deliveries and a wicket.
Yes, and his first wicket no doubt would have inspired him, and he's really with his tail up, as we say, and looking for a second wicket. There he is, left arm, and this delivery, the batter is squeezing it out, almost getting through that defense. Well bowled for stop Watson. Very, very good over indeed, in which he has taken a wicket. He has now 1 wicket for what? 1 run?
Yeah, it's a maiden over, in fact, from Watson Seaton. A wicket maiden over. 93 for 7. Leeward Islands. Michael Mackenzie, Yannick Watley. I know that Yannick Watley has some batting ability. I've seen Michael Mackenzie have a few knocks as well. Leeward Islands desperately in search of a partnership here from these two. So what's your plan, Sylvanus Horn? As Joseph continues in his spell, already picking up 3 wickets. What's your plan here if you are these 2 batters in the middle?
Well, obviously, Stacey, I would look to occupy the crease as long as possible. There's quite a bit of overs to go in which you can get anything like another 80 or 90 odd runs. But you're playing from behind now, so you have to definitely occupy the crease and try and play the ball in the gaps and wait on the bad balls. It's no way you can try to chance your hand away, because you're almost, we're down to the tail of the Leeward Island innings now. So pushing the ball around, pushing the ball into the gaps, trying to rotate the strike would have been my strategy, and try to upset the Windwards.
Yes, also, they have to take into consideration as Joseph bowls, what sort of total might be competitive on the surface. It already seems to me like the Winward Islands had to make a force change in their batting lineup, today. They've actually played 7 bowlers. Yes, I know Curtston Murray is known as an all-rounder, but still, they don't have Theo Edward at the top, and Rickel Sylvester isn't playing either. So the Leeward Islands has to say to themselves, we are seeing some on the surface stay a bit low. We are seeing the bowlers, the spinners, get a lot of perches off the surface once they bowl it in the good areas. So they have to think about what can be a challenging score to what seems to be a weekend batting lineup for the Winward Islands. Swan turn and bouncing away into the glove of Stephen Abraham.
Well, anything in the region of 120, 130 could still be a fighting chance. We never know, because both teams have been really scoring poorly in this tournament, Stacey. I'll take that into consideration. So it left to be seen what would happen when the Windwards take their turn at the crease. I have not seen them play. This is the first time. So I don't know what their batting lineup would be like. But over the years, even in the just concluded World Cup T20, we have seen low scores posing a challenge here for the opponent side.
Yes, and the Leeward Islands, they should take heart from that performance against, Trinidad and Tobago. Bowled them out for 77, and they were just chasing 108, the Leeward Islands themselves. So maybe if they are able to get to, as you mentioned, 120, 130, you just never know. But the Winward Islands at this point in time, they'll take anything below 150. He's continuing in his work, Watson Seaton.
I can tell you from my experience, Stacey, even in my school cricket days, I remember skipping the grammar school, coming up against Chumaka secondary, and in the finals, and at the same ground, we were put into bat, and we won the toss and we sent Chumaka into bat, and they was kittled out for 100 runs, and we went in and we have to make that runs. We thought it would have been an easy walk in the park, and we had to struggle to make that runs. So
did you make it?
Of course, we beat them.
I think that's what matters in the end. You won the match. Yes, you did struggle, but you won the game.
Not to brag or boast, but due to good captaincy then by one Sylvanus Morgan Horn.
Who is this Sylvanus Morgan Horn that you speak of?
And the head teacher, yours truly here. Yeah, the head teacher of Chumaka was really disappointed. I remember the former MP, Alpian Halling. I hope he is listening. He remembered that very well, man. He always referred to it that the grammar school really performed well in that game. Yeah. And then I also remember a match, Stacey, England versus the West Indies right here
Back-to-back maidens for Watson Seaton. Back-to-back maidens for Winward Islands, 93 for 7.
Yes.
Both batters in the middle. Not yet a score to their name. Both batters are not.
Both batters have not opened their account. So yeah, at this ground it's known for low scoring. Vale, especially in finals, I have seen a lot of low scoring games and teams finding it difficult to overhaul the total. Windwards and the Leewards have not been scoring big totals so far in this tournament, and we wait to see how the Windwards going to respond so far.
So Watley off the mark there, easing that one out to the cover area to get a single.
Yes, so the Leewards are just struggling to get to 100. They are 94. I guess that magic figure, of course, if they do reach there, would bring some psychological inspiration to them.
Micah McKenzie looks as if he's prepared to get the long handle out. Can't get it past that fielder at mid-on. That one kept low. It kept low, and the finger has been risen. So another one goes. And what we're seeing is not very good signs. It's keeping low. That one did keep low. The bounce, it did not get up much. And on the back foot, it's an easy decision for umpire Brian.
Yes, Stacey. Even though it was keeping low, the batter really should be well advised to be on the front foot. He was playing back to a spinning ball that was really pitched, and we can't help emphasizing how well Jelani Joseph have been bowling. Rather than going back to a turning ball, he should have been on his front foot, and he paid the price.
Yeah, I'll take back my statement, really. It didn't keep that low upon the replay. It looks as if it did, but the batter just going on the back foot when he should have been fully forward to that delivery. So Micah McKenzie goes back without scoring. Makylie Tong, a new batter for Leeward Islands. And they are dangerously close to being bowled out for less than 100. The Leeward Islands. And Jelani Joseph picking up 4 wickets so far. And that's the thing. 2 bowlers have been able to pick up 5 wickets or more. 5 wickets haul or more against this Leeward Islands outfit so far in this tournament. Remember, Joshua Davis picked up 5 wickets against them. He's an off spinner for Trinidad and Tobago. And Mavenja Dindyal, he picked up 7 wickets. So it just tells me that when a bowler is introduced and he gets on a roll against the Leeward Islands team, they really have no answers as to how to go about negotiating that bowler when he's in the middle of a good spell. And we see something similar here by Jelani Joseph.
Yes, it will be very, very important for him and very encouraging to him to pick up a 5th wicket here. He has been bowling extremely well and really have been keeping things in check for the Windward Islands, putting the pressure on the Leeward Islanders.
So 1 run coming from that over. Leeward Islands 94 for 8.
Yes, Stacey, I found that the Leeward Islanders have been very low-key in their batting approach. They just do not seem to have their batting strategy worked out. We would have seen a fairly strong partnership building between Singh and Andrew, and then after that we have not seen another partnership that would be able to really push things along for the Leeward Islands and give them that impetus that they need. Unfortunately, now they are really reeling at 94 for 8, struggling to score 100.
In the air, just falling short of Courtney Franklin. Feel as if he started out a bit too late there, Franklin, but just fell short of him. So Seaton has bowled 13 deliveries and no run has been scored just yet off his bowling. Make that 14.
He's bowling extremely well since he has been introduced into the attack. He's bowling extremely well and he's bowling an impeccable line on the off stump. Very quiet period here for the Leewards as Seaton continue to bowl this very tight line.
I don't think they'll mind this quiet period if it means that their batters are still there surviving. So one played a bit uppishly, just falling short of the two fielders lurking in the cover area. Might be a case for getting just one of those fielders a bit tighter in the circle.
And Stacey at 94 for 8, what do you think would have been the advice from the coach and the manager for these remaining batters?
Well, certainly survival is key. Try and bat as many overs that's remaining as possible. A third maiden over now for Watson Seaton. The batter's not able to get him away at all so far. And score moves to 90, well, remains on 94 for 8 after 35 overs. So 15 overs remaining in this innings. It's just a case of batting as many deliveries as possible to give your bowlers a chance in the game, really. Yes, it looks like a very small score at this point in time, but it's left to be seen how the other batting team will approach things when they get their chance to bat. So 94 for 8, bat as long as possible, bat as many deliveries as possible. Who knows, you might get some extras in between there. One of the bowlers might start to tire. You get a follow-on you can put away. So just bat as deep as possible.
Yes, Stacey, you did mention that it's a case of survival, but it's all good to survive. But while you're at the crease, you still need to keep the scoreboard ticking over. So you need to accumulate as many runs as possible. The Leeward Islanders will really try to get as many runs as possible from the remaining overs that are left here.
Yeah, certainly. And if you bat 14.5 more overs that's remaining in this innings, you might see that they'll be able to get some runs in between there, whether it come by way of extras or loose delivery like that one that's been helped all the way for 100 runs coming up now for the Leeward Islands.
Yes, that is really one of a rare delivery that we have seen Jelani Joseph bowl. It's a long hop and it was given the treatment maximum over mid-wicket. Lovely shot there. That brings up the Leeward Island 100. So they are 100, that magic figure. So they could feel a bit comfortable in a sense that they would have been able to accumulate 100 runs and not being bowled out for under 100.
Yeah, certainly so. Although I think they'll want more than that. 100 now for 8.
So we would really like to see a rare guard action here from the Leeward Islanders batters. 8 wickets down. And they still have some 14.3 overs to go to the ball.
Tong has shown so far he's prepared to defend a lot of deliveries attacking his stumps, and he's gonna wait for anything loose to pounce on with tactics if you are number 9 and 10.
Yes, Macaulay Tong, looking a very powerful young fellow. Looks like he can hit the ball, give it a good thump. So that brings it over to an end. It's the third water break before lunch. So the Leewards fighting back, if I may say that, have just reached the 100 mark, but have lost 8 wickets. So after this water break, we'll join you in a few minutes.
So welcome back after drinks. The situation of the game, Leeward Islands. They are 100 for 8 after 36 overs. Watson Seaton in his debut game, picking up 1 wicket in his 3 overs. Batters are yet to score a run off him. Jelani Joseph 4 wickets as well from the other end. 2 other games in this tournament. Barbados versus Jamaica. Barbados were bowled out for 126. As Seaton continues to Yannick Watley. And Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Guyana, they are 196 for 3 in 45 overs. So with Orford, and that'll be the first runs of the bat here and first runs of the over of the bowling spell rather of Watson Seaton. 2 runs. It's a bit of an edge that time. So Yannick Watley picking up 2 more runs to help the Leeward Islands cause. As these 2 batters continue to try and build a partnership of note for Leeward Islands, is a case for Windward Islands to try and dismiss the last 2 batters as quickly as possible. So one is hit in the air. There's a fielder coming around. I don't think he'll get there. Franklin pulls it back. They get 1. But it was a good straight hit, not in the direction of any player. So good. 103 now for 8.
Yes, a very good shot there from Watley, picking up 2 good runs, pushing the total on to 103 for 8, Leeward Islanders. As Seaton continue to bowl well, and I think he's really pulling the batsman forward, and this is exact. This one bounced and thrown to the keeper. That's the end of over number 37, sorry. 37, so 103 for 8. 103 for 8 in Leeward Islands. Sent in to bat this morning after Windwards winning the toss and electing to field. It has been an uphill task for the Leeward Islands. They were struggling. They had one good partnership. After that went, they continued to see wickets tumbling. But here is a rare guard action between Watley and Tong, and we see Joseph, who has been bowling extremely well and has already have 4 wickets under his belt, continues. I think this will be his last over.
Yes, 5 more balls remaining in his spell. Jelani Joseph searching for a 5th, also searching to wrap things up for the Windward Islands. So Watley on strike.
Ball spinning away out on the offside. Joseph really spinning the ball here and getting a lot of purchase. Has hardly give away anything here in his spell, and what a remarkable spell he has bowled for his team. He has a very attacking feel. One slip, cover, extra cover, short mid off.
A good leave there from Watley. We've seen 2 of his top order batters fall into that particular length, that fuller length delivery edge into that fielder instead of Pascal. It's a good leave from him, quite watchful. This time he drives and drives in the air, but falling perilously short to that man at point, and it runs away as well for 4.
Yes, this, yeah, and again, if you a little bit more awareness by the fielder there, he should have really taken that catch. It was low, it was dying on him, but had he been a little bit more aware, he would have taken a brilliant catch there at the cover point boundary.
Or Senior Fontaine, it just died. Well, actually, he got close to it. It actually will be counted as a drop catch.
Definitely, and I would say it's a chance. Unfortunately, Joseph have been prevented from getting his 5th wicket, and here's a delivery that so often when you see things like that happen, Stacey, the bowler sometimes loses his concentration, as in that case. This ball going down the leg side from Joseph. Should have gotten his 5th
Fontaine
wicket.
actually started the over a lot closer, but the skipper actually asked him to ease off a bit. Now he's starting a bit closer, getting closer as well. It's another single. So valuable runs, valuable partnership so far for Leeward Islands. 15 runs in this partnership so far.
And I really don't have any problems with the bowlers for the Windwards, really. They will have bowled, all of them would have bowled well, but the pick of the bowler being Jelani Joseph is very outstanding indeed. But it's to see what the reply would be when their time comes to bat at the crease. What would be their reply, their strategy, their approach? Runs on the board is runs on the board. It's 109 for 8. Leeward Islands.
Yeah, well, before batting, they'll have to get rid of these 2 that looks set and prepared to just stay and be a bit of annoyance to the Windward Islands. 109 for 8 after 38 overs.
Well, it is often said the longer you occupy the crease, runs will come. And these are the tail enders where the Windwards will really like to finish them off quickly before they could really settle in and pile up anything anywhere close to 150. That is not seen likely to be. And now we are seeing a change of bowling now.
Yeah, so far so good from these 2. They've managed to see off Jelani Joseph at the end of his spell. A wonderful spell of bowling from him. 4 wickets, 29 runs. They managed to see him off. So now the captain has to search for another bowler to come from that end and hope that he's able to replicate the wicket-taking prowess of Jelani Joseph so far. Seaton continuing in his really good spell, good line and length from him so far. So in the search for 2 wickets, if Seaton isn't able to pick up the last 2 in this over, that is. It's a bit of wit offered. Who are you looking to bring from the other end, Mr. Hahn? They also have 2 bowlers, 3 bowlers in fact, that haven't yet bowled for the day. Lee John, Dante Alexander, and Arsenio Fontaine, as wide is called by umpire Jonathan Blades, who's an all-rounder in the squad, hasn't bowled as yet. I guess his job will be batting today. I don't think we'll probably see him used. So who are you turning to? Lee John is an off spinner, and Dante Alexander is a right-arm pacer.
Well, I think I would like to see the spinner continues. At least he could still turn to one of his opening bowlers, but I would enjoy seeing Lee John bowl, because we have definitely seen that the slow bowlers are the one who are doing the trick here for the Windwards.
It's an ill-directed delivery, and it's been played really well. We'll challenge the fielder, who does well, I believe, to pull it in. Arsenio Fontaine.
Yeah,
one of the only ill-directed deliveries we've really seen from Watson Seaton, losing his line completely, and well put away there by Yannick Watley.
Yes, first bad delivery there by Seaton, but was well saved down on the deep backward square boundary by Fontaine.
Yeah, body on the line stuff there by Arsenio Fontaine. Certainly saved 2 for his team. End of another over. 112 now for 8. 11 overs remaining. Can the Leeward Islands bat out these 11 overs?
And the fact that the Leeward Islands, as we say, have shown that they are very weak to spin bowling, and the Windwards, knowing that, has played a lot of spinners in this match. I will definitely turn to my spinner Stacey to ensure that we wrap things up and at least restrict the Leeward Islanders.
Well, he's turning to his pace man, left arm pacer, Curtston Murray. Perhaps thinking maybe to get some pace on the ball, just to see what these 2 are made of facing the pace. They've shown that they're able to negotiate the spinners quite well. So a bit of difference now, Curtston Murray. Starts full and starts wide as well.
It's important, Stacey, for the other bowlers. They like Curtston Murray, who was well rested. He had a long rest. He's now getting back into scheme of things, and I'm sure he would have been analysing the game, and he should be really understanding the game to the point that here we are at the tail of the Leeward Islanders, and it will be well advised that he pitch the ball up to the bat.
Yeah, that more like that delivery there. Try and attack the stump. A stump-to-stump line is what's required here now from Curtston Murray. He's coming around the wicket as well, left arm around the wicket, to try and get that angle into the right-handed batter.
So he is wicketless, and he would be hoping to pick up his first wicket or 2 here. The Windies really wanting to see the back of these tail-enders, as this delivery is outside the off stump. Keeping a bit low. So the Leewards did manage well enough to get over 100. They're now 113 for 8. At one stage looking like they will be out and down for less than 100. But it's Scott Murray looking for his first wicket, left arm, and here's a delivery. Struck the batsman somewhere on the thigh. Goes on the leg side. The wicket keeper runs around to his left. No run resulting. Windwards really doing well here at the stadium. Still have two more wickets to go. Here's the delivery, and he is given leg before, and Kirsten Murray pitching this ball between middle and off stump has gotten his reward, has gotten his man. As this is Watley? Tong. Michaeli Tong has gone leg before, struck plumb in front, and the Leeward Islands now has lost their 9th wicket. And indeed, it's a good decision to bring back your seamer.
Yes, you must commend the captain for going to his seamer. Yes, to try and just break things up, try and see what these batters have to offer against a seamer and wicket-to-wicket line. That's what we've been asking for from Kirsten Murray. Brings the reward as well. I think the umpires have had a pretty easy job of it so far in their LBW decisions. That one as well. A pretty easy one for umpire Brian. So the new batter is Cordell Crook. Off spinner in his right, but needs to do a job here with Yannick Watley. So Yannick Watley is really showing that he can actually bat high up the order for Leeward Islands, the way he's coming. The sort of fight that he's shown in his knock so far.
Yes, Stacey, and it seems, Stacey, that the 120-130 that I was expecting seems even to be a bit of a challenge for the Leeward Islands to get. Anori seems to be the batsman who would have really might have taken them up to that total, but that wasn't the case. And that delivery.
A left-hander now on strike, so a change of angle, and again attacking the stumps. So really good to see from Murray. He's following the plan, the bowling plan set by his skipper. Just a wide in this over so far. On the wicket as well, 5 deliveries bowled. One more remaining in this over. Oh, how the Winward Islands would love for him to wrap it up in this over. But I'm sure Cordell Crook will want to fight with Yannick Watley. Yeah.
Stacey, have you been impressed so far with the field placing for the skipper of the Windwards?
Yeah, I must say that. He's been thinking quite well out there, Pascal, particularly to his spinners, the way he's giving them support, especially early in their spell, the way he's acknowledged the type of batters that's been coming in, knowing when to spread the field according to the batter, knowing when to keep the close-in fielders in as well, keeping a lot of fielders around in the circle, particularly when the left arm spinner and the leg spinner has been operating. Yeah, so definitely I will give him his kudos today, Stefan Pascal. It's the first time I'm seeing the Winward Islands play in this tournament, and I must say I've been impressed with the bowling plans and the strategic plans as well from the skipper out there in the middle, Pascal.
So we see the umpire just signaling that this is the final power play. And it's Watson to take it up. Watson has bowled 6 overs. He has taken 1 wicket for 22, and he has bowled extremely well. Here's a delivery. Batsman going for the extravagant drive, taking the inner half of the bat and going out to deep mid-wicket, and was able to get 2 runs.
Yeah, not a lot of risk in that stroke, particularly the fact that he went to the vacant area where there isn't a fielder and decided to take it over the infield as well. Now there's a man placed there, Arsenio Fontaine. He was at deep square leg. Now he's more in that direction where that delivery was played. So Watley deciding to take on Watson in this over. 2 runs from it so far.
To Miss Stacey, I think that was a fall shot. He was driving, looking to hit over cover, over the middle, sorry. But then it took the inner half of the bat. It wasn't intentional. So I give Watson the credit there. There's a white signal by the umpire, and the Leewards no doubt will be glad for that extra run. It's 115 for 9. We have not seen too many extras bowling in the Winward Island spell. So the Windwards looking to wrap up things here as the Leewards are reeling at 116 for 9. 40.3 overs bowled, and here's a delivery that missing.
It beat everyone, beat the batter as well.
Wicket keeper and everyone slip giving trace. Batsman is running for anything now. Every run counts. There's a ball again from Watson. Batsman was really in two minds there. Trickle down to find a short, fine leg or leg gully would have been, and they get another single. Total moves up to 1 to 119. 119 for 9. The Leeward Islanders. Watson changing his line of attack. He will be coming over to the left-hander. Crook. And here's a delivery which he is in defense.
That ends the over as well. 119 for 9. 9 more overs remaining in this innings. It's a case now for Leeward Islands to try and bat 9 more overs and accumulate as many runs as possible to try and pose some sort of threat to the Winward Islands later on in their innings.
So it's Kirk, Murray, Kirsten Murray will be picking it up from the southern end. Ball that pitched up. Watley looking to drive and misses. Murray searching for that Yorker length delivery. But just a little bit off target, not getting his radar right there. Would this be the second time, Stacey, that the Leeward is going over the 100-run mark, even in the other format?
Well, from this 50-over version, this is actually indeed the second time they've gone past 100. They made 77 in the first encounter against Trinidad and Tobago, chasing 108, 127 chasing 249. So they're 119 now for 9.
So the Windwards have all right to be pleased with their performance so far, winning the toss and electing to field.
It's another extra. If it's one thing Murray can say about his bowling effort so far, is that he certainly needs to work on his line. He has bowled quite a few of wide deliveries. So something for him to take back and work on. So another wide served up. Another run added to Leeward Islands score. They are now up to 120. And maybe Sylvanus, maybe you should say you don't think they'll get to 150. I think they like that, as this one is pulled straight to that very tall figure of Dante Alexander, and that's the end of the innings. And I was just about to say, every time you mention that it doesn't look as if they're going to get to a certain score, they managed to get there. And now they have 120 now for 9. Winward Islands should be pleased with their bowling effort. Over now to them to do the job with the bat in hand.
Yeah, definitely. That was a very well display of bowling from the Windwards. They would have made some mistakes in the field, but not. I wouldn't hit them too hard for that. They really would have played well, bowled well, fielded well, and they have restricted the Leeward Islands to 120, Stacey. That's what I had projected all along. It would have been 120 or 130 thereabout, and they got to the first projection of 120. So kudos to the Winward Islands for bowling out the Leeward Islands for 120. And as you rightly said, we await their reply, and it will be interesting to see how the Windward responds to 120 made by the Leewards.
Yeah, so at this point in time, I believe it'll be lunch, and we'll take that break. And when we come back, the Windward Islands will start their reply to get 121 for victory. Welcome back to this post-launch session here, where Winward Islands, in search of their first victory, require 121 runs to do so. Leeward Islands, in search of their victory, require 10 wickets in a hurry. Just before lunch, Winward Islands bowled out the Leeward Islands for 120. Wasn't able to bat out their 50 overs. So the Leeward Islands, for the Winward Islands, we have a new opening partnership of Senior Fontaine and Stefan Pascal. A forced change, as there's some sickness in the camp, I was told. So Theo Edward was unable to play today, so he has a 50 as well in this tournament. So a big miss, but Senior Fontaine will be hoping to take all this opportunity as an opener and try and build a partnership with his senior man, Stefan Pascal, about to take first strike to Nathan Edward, a senior member of this Leeward Islands squad. Mr. Hahn, how was lunch?
Good afternoon, Stacey. Yes, lunch was very good. Tasty, of course, and energized me now to look forward to a very keen contest here this afternoon. 120 runs the Winward Island has to make, only about 2.4 overs. It should be easy, relatively easy, I should think.
Full delivery to start, and Pascal starting in the same manner as Nathan Edward did when one was pitched up to him, flashing outside the off stump. Ill-advised very early. Yes, it's there, but according to how this game has gone so far, in search of your first victory, one might suggest just having a look very early, just to see what the surface is doing.
Not only that, Stacey, we've been talking about the senior players who have been exposed at a higher level coming back in this domestic tournament, so to speak. Really should be lifting the game, and sometimes we lack that sort of concentration at this level. They come back and they're not able to bat for long partnerships. We would really like to see the names like Pascal and Webborn and those guys really performing at this level and taking charge, but still early days in the Winward innings. 2 balls gone, no runs scored. A very keen contest.
Yeah, and Pascal, he'll be hoping to give his team a really good start. We already mentioned that Theo Edward is unable to play today, so he will be a key man in this batting lineup. He has scores of 41 and 8 so far in this 50-over tournament. This one just a bit uncertain coming forward there, whether to leave it alone or play at it. He's still there, Pascal. 3 deliveries gone so far in this over. 3 good ones as well from Nathan Edward.
Yeah, and he's keeping the ball up to the bat, relatively bowling a full length. But we're still seeing signs of that part of the wicket, Stacey, keeping a bit low. This is a new ball. I don't know if it has to do with the height of the bowler or not, but it's not that Edwards is ponging the ball in. He's pitching it up full length, and I guess that is what is required in this format of the game.
So 2 other games in this competition, Barbados versus Jamaica. Barbados were bowled out for 126. In reply, Jamaica 47 for 8. Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Guyana 223 for 8. Batting all their overs. Must say, quite impressive so far from Guyana, being the only team to have managed to get to 200 plus in this tournament so far, doing it back to back, batting 50 overs as well. Trinidad and Tobago, in reply, they are 3 without loss in the first over. So Edward to continue to Pascal. It's a full delivery, swinging in, tailing in that time to Pascal. Dug out quite well in the end.
Yes, and Guyana definitely have shown their worth in this competition. I've seen them play there in the 2-day format where they would have beaten the Jamaicans. Actually, they have come back. They struggled in posting their total. A similar game to what the Leewards would have played here to get them to 120. And then when you thought that the Jamaicans had it going, the Guyanese really torn on the pressure and came back victors.
This time punching it off the back foot, but well fielded there to end the over. It's not without, not after one.
Yeah, very good over there from Edwards in his first over. Resuming here after lunch, bowling quite steadily and bowling a tidy line there to opening his first over, and having the Leewards, to have the Leewards back into this game, they need to continue to bowl those tight lines and good length balls, get the balls in the right areas. The Windward batters, on the other hand, are taking a careful look. Pascal in particular was very watchful in that first over. We have some balls just going past the edge of the bat, but I think give credit to him, he was picking up the line quite nicely. So the first over is gone, and the Windwards have not opened their account yet. They have Shino Fontaine and Stefan Pascal opening for the Windwards. They're hoping to get a total of 121.
So Michael Palmer with the ball in hand, or Senior Fontaine about to face his first delivery as an opener in this competition. A bit of a half-hearted leave there from Fontaine to start. Michael Palmer usually gets more bounce off the surface than Nathan Edward. They complement each other quite well. Edward focuses on pitching the ball up, trying to look for a swing, while Michael Palmer hits the deck pretty hard and tries to keep it consistently at that fourth stump line, occasionally bringing it back into the right-handed batter. No ball called there by the umpire Brian. It's early. Too early for that the Leeward Islands would be saying, and Fontaine has a chance to open his account with a free swing of the blade. It's the first run as well on the board by way of an extra. So Palmer just overstepping there. The Leeward Islands will certainly be thinking, yes, it's 120 runs. It's just 120 runs, but some early wickets could well see the Winward Islands on the back foot quite early.
Yes, Stacey, all it calls for is a cool, calm, and calculated head. There's no reason why you should be trying to, look to play a lot of shots now. 2.4 overs, it's gettable. All the batsmen have to do is apply themselves. There's no need for no rush shot or anything like that. Rotate the strike, there's no pressure.
Yeah, and that's called a wide. So the free hit is still on, and I'll add to that as well. And I'll say, you don't want to get in a shell thinking you have to just survive with 120 from 300 deliveries, how it started. You still have to be positive when the opportunity arises. So 2 now by way of extras, and a free hit still coming up. And he swings at it hard. An outside edge gets him off the mark. So just a single from that free hit from Michael Palmer.
So Fontaine has opened up his account of 3 deliveries with a single, total, 3 without loss, 2 extras. Stefan Pascal, the most senior batter at the crease, is yet to score. He has faced him 1 over thus far. He's taking his guard now. And from a Windward perspective, no doubt they would want him to stay as long as possible at the wicket so that they could overhaul this total of 120 set by them by the Leeward Islands.
He's offering up another shot outside the off stump very early in his innings so far to Michael Palmer. Winward Islands, they'll want to see him just still being a little bit more watchful. He looms a ski, similar to a role that Joel Andrew has in this Leeward Islands team. They want him to bat as long as possible. And Pascal, they want him to bat as long as possible as well. So that's something that he should have in the back of his mind. He should really look to be the last man out, if any, for Winward Islands.
And that delivery from Palmer was a very good one that really jaws the batsman into make a fall shot. This time he lets it go outside the off stump. As this one was pitched and just going further away. Didn't have to play really. Taking a look, and that's what he ought to do, as I said before. There's no need, there's no rush. 2.4 overs. All you have to do is occupy the crease, play the ball on its merit, and of course, again, back to shot selection, Stacey. It is very important if they're going to get this 120.
It's very important, especially very early in the innings as well. Drawing the edge on that occasion, but just slipping through that fielder there at second slip, Tianik Honoré. So he gets off the mark, inadvertently played, but effective for him in the end, picking up the first boundary for the Winward Islands team.
Yes, a beautiful delivery ball there by Palmer. The batsman had to play, and he took the tick outside the edge. Beat first slip, came down to the third man. Boundary, we saw Edwards making a valiant effort there to stop it, but it eluded him and it went into the boundary, giving Winward Islands their first boundary for their innings.
See already that it's keeping a bit low. Really didn't get to second slip. Driven nicely down the ground. They set off for a quick single. Well run in the end. So more of that needed from a Winward Islands perspective. 8 without loss at the end of 2.
Yeah, very good communication between both batters as this one was pushed back past the bowler and made very quickly went through for a single. Mid-on could not prevent the run. So the Windwards moving along nicely off 3 overs. They are now 8 without loss. Pascal on 5 and Fontaine on 1. It's bright sunshine here at the Annisville playing field. Very good, lovely day for cricket. You could see Beckway, the backdrop of the Grenadine Islands, one of the largest in the back there. The oil tanker just anchored just outside.
So Nathan Edward to continue to Pascal. That's better from Pascal that time, getting fully behind it, getting to the pitch of it as well and defending soundly.
So far, the Wicket have played very well indeed. It's good for batting as far as I see, and as I keep saying all along, as we keep saying, once batters get in, once they apply themselves, they can get runs on this wicket. So Edwards have different ideas as he runs into bowl to Pascal. And again, he draws him forward in defense.
Yeah, we keep singing that song of application from these batters. Yes, and when Kurt Murray operated, we did see some variable bunks, particularly from this end that Nathan Edward is bowling from. But nothing really too troublesome in the surface for the batters.
What we have not seen from either teams thus far from their bowling lineup, the seamers in particular, they have not seen them really bending the back per se or testing the wicket. I think that too, the format is not called for this sort of short pitch bowling, but they've been striving to get the ball right up a fuller length. And here's a ball that tucks off the legs of Pascal, and the batsmen are coming through for 2 quick runs, and they get it quite comfortably.
Yeah, nicely walked to the onside. Good running, yes, but I think the fielder really didn't give it his all in pursuit of that ball, allowing him to come back for 2 quite easily.
Edwards with a very quick run-up, very strong run-up. Seems to be fit from what I'm seeing. His height, approximately 5'4", 5'3", 5'4", thereabout as he runs into bowl. And for this delivery, Pascal is picking up the line nicely and letting it go through to the keeper. 10 without loss. The Windward Island in reply to the Leewards. The Windward, we remind you viewers and listeners around that the Windward Island won the toss this morning. Of course, there were heavy showers last night that might have forced them after winning the toss. They elected to field, and bowled out the Leeward Islands for 120 runs. Pascal, very watchful. Stacey tends to play coming on the front foot up very late on the front foot. He allowed the ball to come on to him.
Yeah, and you see some of his shots that he's played in the Under-19 World Cup as well as in that recently concluded 4-day tournament. Seems to be a player that favors going on to the back foot.
He seems to have all the time in the world to play, and that's really and truly is a hallmark of a great player. Player who really plays the ball pretty late. And here he is now just playing that one up to mid-on and scampers through for a quick single and get there safely. One more run to the total. Winward Island now 11 without loss.
Yeah, another good single to end the over. So the running so far has been good. It's been show between these two in the middle. And every time the skipper calls him through, or Senior Fontaine is ready, trusting his senior partner. 11 without loss after 3.
And it's really good to see this batters rotating the strike, and the communication between the wickets so far has been good. Pray that they will continue like this from the Windward's point of view. And as I said, it will be good to see these two new openers. Not regular openers for the team, you say?
No, Pascal is indeed the regular opener, but Fontaine is playing that role today because of the absence of Theo Edward.
Seems to be fitting in nicely in that position. Of course, he's watching on at his senior partner, Pascal, who has quite some experience behind him. Seems a batsman who is not perturbed by anything really. Just go about his job very quietly, very easily. Has a repertoire of shots as well. I have seen him play it. As he settles now to receive from Palmer. And for this delivery short outside the off stump, talking about repertoire shot. He bangs this one down too, and a beautiful save there from the man running around from the third man boundary. Prevents this ball going into the boundary. But it was a good shot from Pascal.
Yeah, a really good stop there from Yannick Watley. Diving to his left, cutting it off, preventing it from heading into the boundary. Getting up quickly as well and throwing it in. So a lot of that is required from a Leeward Islands perspective. Not just about picking up the wickets, but you have to save all the runs that you can in the field.
Good call. Pascal sending the batsman back. Tucks off his hip to square leg. Non-striker looking for a run, Fontaine, but was sent back early. No harm done.
Yeah, you also see the correction of line coming there in that over from Palmer, tucking up Pascal. He loves width. You saw the way he played that shot before, when any width given to him.
That's a beauty. That one really, really lifted on him as he plays forward. It just lifted over the edge of the bat. It's a beautiful delivery, Stacey. Well bowled. We have not seen many of those when the Windwards bowled, but this one was pitched and lifted. Draws him into a half-hearted forward defensive shot. Beating all ends up. And again, similar delivery, same shot from Pascal, and again he is beaten. All ends up, the ball just missing the outside edge as it lifted to the keeper. Well bowled, Palmer. And this is the sort of line, no doubt, the Leewards would want him to bowl and all their bowlers to bowl. And so that the Winward Islanders would be a little bit more watchful to these line of deliveries, right down the corridor of uncertainty. As Palmer runs in again, and this time it's a fuller length, he ducks it out. Cover runs to his left, cover point fielder, comes around to his left field. The batsman get a single, it's one more to Pascal, one more to the Windwards. Score now is 14. 14 Winward Islands replying to the Leeward Islands. 14 without loss, trying to get to 121.
Yeah, it's a case now for the Winward Islands batters to just take this game in stages. The first stage is obviously that power play, seeing off these two opening bowlers who are doing wonderfully well so far, and particularly Palmer, just finding his line. And that lent to Pascal, a corridor of uncertainty, which troubled him a bit in the over before. You see Michael McKenzie at short mid-wicket, just warming up. Might see him in the action soon. A leg spinner in this lineup. But so far, Nathan Edward and Palmer doing a fair job for their team. It's another quick single taken, and I'm liking this. I'm liking this, not just from a Winward Islands perspective, but just seeing these youngsters willing to pick the gap, find the areas to score, and the certainty with which they are running between the wicket, knowing when it's safe for them to come through for a single. Really heartening to see from a West Indian perspective.
Yeah, definitely. It's always good to see the batters really understanding each other, communicating well, running well between the wickets. And this is all part of what batting is about. It's not just Stacey going in there and slug hitting and want to play attacking shots to impress. Occupying the crease, being able to select your shots, you know. These are qualities of batters. You just don't want to go there and just hit every ball over the boundary.
Yeah, and these two bowlers, they're bowling quite well, and you must be able to respect and recognize when a bowler is running in and doing really well, especially with a low target of 120. You must be prepared to soak up some pressure, and you have a lot of deliveries to do that in. And you certainly must recognize that Nathan, Edward, and Palmer, they have a good spell going so far, bowling in tandem. So taking singles at will, finding any vacant area to pinch a single is certainly key in this partnership.
Yeah, and Edwards has changed his line of attack, and he looks pretty sharp, and he's walking up a little pace now. He's gone from around the wicket to over the wicket left arm, and the ball before was just pitched outside the off arm, and it did come off, and then there's a short pitch ball, the umpire now singling.
Yeah,
that too came off pretty quick indeed.
Yeah, he also is going shorter to Fontaine. You see the difference in attack to both players. He's going fuller to Pascal, and he's decided he's going to go shorter to Fontaine. It's shorter, but it's also angling across his body. So really good plan so far from the Leeward Islands bowlers and Nathan Edward. This time it's shorter, but just into his body, so it's easier for him to walk it away to get another run.
I like the effort that Edwards is making, and then his approach to the wicket too. He's running very close, Stacey, to the umpire, so he tends to get that sort of angle that he's looking for, so he can get that ball to just get a little bit of side movement, because he has two slips in, and if he can just get it angle away from the batter and force him to play a fall shot, then that can result in him getting in his man.
Yeah, so now he's going around the wicket now to Pascal, continuing to stick with his plan. This time, a length delivery. Length delivery into the surface.
I think he looks more threatening, Stacey, bowling over the wicket to the right-hander than around. Again, it makes it a little bit harder for him, but he's opening up his angle, and then he's trying to get that ball to pitch and leave the batsman.
Well, these two have played with each other at the Under-19 World Cup. And you see that he continues to be full as they pinch another single, these two, to Pascal. So his plan is to be full and try and angle it into Pascal. And that's why he's probably opting to be around the wicket to him. As the 5th over is completed, Winward Islands 17 without loss.
Really, I would like to see these batters bat for a very long time before losing any wicket. Perhaps maybe we haven't seen a 100 partnership in a very long time, Stacey. It would be really, really nice, really, really encouraging and inspiring to any of the teams, whether it be the Windwards, the Leewards, the Guyanese, or Trinidad, because that is what the West Indies selectors are looking for. Batters who can bat very long.
I don't think Leewards will like it too much if there's a 100 runs partnership here. But Pascal again into his work, getting another single. And since that first delivery that was delivered by Nathan Edward in this bowling innings, you saw the type of shot that he tried to play. A flashing drive outside the half stump. Since then, he has been a bit measured, a bit more controlled in his approach to these opening bowlers. Certainly, he has realized that he is key in this run chase, albeit a small one, but he looms as key for the Winward Islands.
Yeah, and critical to the strategy for the Winward Island batters to the area, realizing also that it's the first power play, the fielders are in, just two fielders are out in fine leg and third man, so they have to maximize as many runs in the first power play as possible, and they have been doing so very, very, very businesslike, rotating the strike, unlike what we would have seen from the Leeward Islands. This is something again that from a cricket perspective we know that the West Indies at the senior level has not been consistent, and many would say that they do not have players that draw them to the game, but at the same time I'm saying that to say school is on holidays and these matches are playing. It would have been nice if through the Ministry of Sports you would have get some of these children to come and watch some of these games, because it's a long duration, a long holiday.
I think it's because school is on holiday. I mean, it's very hard to gather kids who are out of school. Maybe some of them are away on holidays as well. I mean, if there was school, you would probably see maybe a class or two coming down to watch some of the games. But because it's on holiday, the onus is really on the parents to get the kids out to witness this under-19 tournament.
Having said that as well, we must be considerate to remember that just recently with the passage of Hurricane Beryl, which will have displaced so many of our students, and they are now in shelters, so that will make it a bit difficult too. So if you're hearing me, wherever you are, we really empathize with you at this time as you go through your period of suffering. But that too shall pass. We just encourage you to stay strong. Our prayers are with you, Stacey, as we would say. And we pray that recovery for many of these displaced students, parents alike.
Yeah, that's what he should have been avoiding. That width to Pascal, that time, just getting up on his toes and playing it into the covers. Basically a free hit for a man like Pascal. That's where he loves it.
Yeah, indeed, and that's a really pleasant shot to see. It's always good to see Pascal on the go. And as you rightly said, this one was pitched wide and give him the room that he could be able to chance his arm. And he did well by executing that through extra cover down to the boundary for 4. Lovely shot from the experienced Pascal.
Yeah, it's width. And it's bounce as well. So that's where he loves it, Pascal. That occasion, finding the gap to perfection.
And you know, sometimes, Stacey, when you play those lovely shots or attacking shots, you sometimes get carried away, and the next ball you you try to do the same thing and you find yourself in trouble. But here's a nice looking back drive out to the offside field, again by Pascal, and was able to get one, bring the over to an end. The score now, it's on 24 without loss. The Windwards trying to get to 121, made by the Leeward Islands off. They scored at 41 overs. So positive start, Stacey, for the Windwards, you would say?
Yeah, certainly so. It's particularly positive, not even looking at the scoring rate, but the fact that there's no wicket in that column as yet. It's 24 without loss, and I think the Winward Islands camp will be the happier of the two camps right now. It's just a case of these two continuing, as certainly Nathan Edwards and company will be looking to break this partnership as quickly as possible and get into that batting lineup of Winward Islands. So Pascal on strike. He has formed a lot of this strike in this partnership, showing his seniority. Almost getting a single at the end of each over. Fontaine is just 3 and only faced 8 deliveries.
Pascal never seems to be in any hurry, always taking his time, keeping his eyes on the ball, which is very important. He sees his wicket as a prize wicket, that if anyone's want his wicket, they should work hard for it. He's not going to give it away that easy. Still early days yet, as Edwards turning at the commentary booth and surely have different ideas. This delivery is pitched wide, the umpire hand goes wide as well, signal from the umpire. Extra goes up by 1, so 2 is the total for Windwards. And now on to 25 without loss. Edwards striving for extra pace as well and hoping to get that ball dart back in. There's no breeze currently blowing across the ground, so this one, Pascal is just driving up to mid-off.
And it's very important from a Leeward Islands perspective that the shoulders don't start to drop too early. Yes, it's a low score. Winward Islands, you'll say they are on top now, 25 without loss, but you need to show that enthusiasm, that will to win, really, from nowhere. Then the Winward Islands and Nathan Edwards, he's in the middle of a very impressive spell. He hasn't picked up a wicket. This one is driven lovely on the up from Pascal. It won't get to the boundary, but really eased that quite well into the cover area, showing good timing as well, Pascal.
Yeah, definitely. He's such a comfortable player at the crease. Plays with such ease, you know. He just ball pitched up on about middle and off stump. He just coming forward and just easing it through the extra cover region. And he was able to accumulate 2 more runs for his team.
Yeah, and I was continuing to say he's in the middle of a very impressive spell. I'd like to see more encouragement from the fielders around him.
Yes, the support is very important for a bowler. And here is one that is striking him. And he is given, the umpire fingers goes up. And from here, it looks plumb. Pascal, that one keeping a bit low. I think that one would have deceived him.
Yeah, it kept low. It did. I wonder if it was a change of pace as well from Nathan Edward. We did say that was his plan all along, to keep it full to Pascal and at fuller length. Maybe a bit of a change of pace as well. Accounting for that big wicket of Stefan Pascal, we were just saying, need to see more encouragement around the bat. He's been in the middle of a very impressive spell, and he thoroughly deserved that wicket, Nathan Edward.
Yeah, it's disappointing to see Pascal go. He was just getting into his stride, played some lovely off drives, and now he got the delivery that really it caught him on the back foot, Stacey, as he tries to really defend that one. So the Winward Island has lost their first wicket, at the score of 26 for 1, the Winward Island, trying to get to overhaul the Leeward Island total of 120. They are 27 actually for 1 of 6.4 overs. The first wicket going, Pascal. Leg before to Edwards.
So the new batter now is Stephen Abraham. Yeah, so Edward has really toiled hard for that wicket. He's pitching and squaring him up at fuller length that we've talked so much about, from Nathan Edward to Pascal picking up that wicket as well. So Abraham, the new batter, in. Still a lot of work to do. It's 9 wickets remaining in the hut. 94 runs to get. 260 balls.
Stacey, we always speak about pitching the ball in the right areas, and from the outset, when Edward started bowling, he was bowling that very nagging line and length. Pascal was very watchful at the time, but he gets a delivery, very good delivery too. Was pitch on target, but kept very low.
Yeah, most of those deliveries actually left him. So getting in that position, it really didn't bother him on a few occasions, Pascal, but that one just coming in with the arm. It's very short to start. And a pull shot attempted by Abraham. So wide signal by the square leg umpire.
Abraham now coming to the wicket. He needs to get his eyes in Stacey Ann. But I see Edwards tempting him with a short pitch, and I think he was in no position to play that shot. That shot could have gone anywhere.
Yeah, just to note, he's not moving very well, Stephen Abraham. Seems to be in some sort of pain there as he sets up to bat to Nathan Edward. So full delivery, and it's an edge, and another one goes. So 2 wickets now in this over from Nathan Edward. And Stephen Abraham has to go back without troubling the scorers. And he's hobbling off, by the way. I didn't mention he didn't look settled at the wicket because he seems to be in a bit of pain. But a second wicket nonetheless for Nathan Edwards.
Yeah, it's unfortunate because here it is that he was tested with a short pitch. He didn't look the part because he wasn't in any position. There is another testing delivery again. He just seems to be back on the ankle, angling back on the back foot and just hanging the bat out, and a second wicket goes. So the Windwards are really slumping. They're really up against it now. The Leewards have struck well in succession. Second wicket going pretty quickly, and this could spell trouble if someone doesn't come and repair the damage, Stacey.
Yeah, you really didn't need to play at it, Stephen Abraham. And that delivery there, he's thinking that it's going to come back into him. But the length wasn't really that full. But he decided to hang his bat, really. And a well-taken grab in the end by Joel Andrew.
Really a nothing shot there, Stacey. As you say, he just stays on the back foot and just went fishing. And he was really caught by the wicket keeper.
So the new batter is Lee John. Playing as a batter today, really. Didn't get a bowl. So the onus is on him to form a partnership with our senior Fontaine. Edwards with his tail up, picking up 2 wickets in that over, particularly that big one of skipper Stefan Pascal. Deciding to leave it early. So a dot to finish that over. A pretty successful one. 2 wickets in it. 28 for 2 after 7.
Yes, a very, very successful over. Well bowled there by Edwards, in which he got the scalp of Pascal and Abraham to put the Windwards back on the back foot at this time. They are 28 for 2. And how quickly this game can change. How often we said that the batters get themselves in and then after just split seconds, fault shots. Well, I wouldn't really say fault shots, but the last wicket that going down there was a really nothing shot, really. Abraham just staying in his crease and playing from the crease, just hanging his bat there and sneaking it to the wicket keeper. But we said, Stacey, before, runs on the board is runs on the board. A small total is always a total that gives a lot of trouble to the opposition.
Yeah, change of bowling now. Palmer is being replaced by Yannick Watley. So another left arm seamer into the attack.
Stacey, definitely, and I prefer if you're gonna really lose your wicket, you lose your wicket to a good ball, trying to make a good effort in playing that ball. There was not much devil in that delivery that got Abraham out, and that is something that is really troubling to see sometimes when batters are batting so nicely. The bowlers are not giving you any trouble, but then you are giving them a chance by just playing some careless shots.
Yeah, and that's the thing, the Winward Islands, they haven't really shown a lot of confidence in their batting so far. And just remember they were bowled out for 96 in that last encounter against Jamaica. So really need someone to put their hands up and decide to bat long for Winward Islands. Captain looked as if he was going to be that man today. But a very fine piece of bowling, very smart thinking from Nathan Edwards to pick up his wicket.
Yeah, a lot rested on the shoulders of skipper Pascal, but that was not to be. You can see he came out with a positive intention, really to lead from the front. And unfortunately, he got a delivery, no fault of his. That he had to play, but it kept very, very low. And he was struck leg before and had to go. More runs. You want to over.
Yeah, good run in there from our senior Fontaine. He has seen two of his batters dismissed from the other end. So really, he should be thinking, you know what, I can be a hero today for the Winward Islands. Can stay and bat, take it very deep. And that's very important. Just 120 runs. We saw them earlier looking to pick off the single, so much of that still needs to continue.
Seeing some dark clouds sort of making their appearance round about the stadium, but we pray that there'll be no rain by the time this encounter is over. It's pretty cool now. The sun has gone for the time being. Players being offered a little shade to cool them down. In the contest, the battle here between the Leeward and the Winward Islands continue. And Stacey, here after a heavy lunch, it will take some concentration. As you know, usually after lunch you tend to feel a little top heavy, but these players, they have been training for this sort of encounter, and therefore they need to be concentrating on what they're here to do, and that is to represent their country.
Yeah, we just continue to speak about concentration and application from these youngsters. We didn't see much of that in the Leeward Islands innings, so the Winward Islands should hope that they won't fall to the same in this innings. 2 wickets already down, just 29 runs on the board. The over is completed, 29 for 2 after 8. 92 more runs required from 252 balls. Just to give you an idea of the points heading into this third round, Guyana heading into this third day, they were on top with 10.6 points, followed by Barbados with 7.8 points, Jamaica 6.8 points, Trinidad and Tobago 6.4 points, Winward Islands 2.8, and Leeward Islands 2.2. So both of these teams at the bottom of the table, as we see the ground staff getting ready. It's a bit of a cloud around, so might have a threat of rain. Hopefully it's not a long delay, if we even have a delay.
Edwards continue to show his experience here. Not showing any sign of tiredness, still running in with this bustling energy.
Leaving it alone outside the off stump quite well, but he has to be wary of the one coming back in with the angle. I think that is what Nathan Edwards is setting him up for, similar to that dismissal of his captain Pascal. So he has to be wary of that delivery.
The Windward Island batters they too have to also try and ensure that they do not get themselves in any rut where they can't score. They have to continue to rotate. Here's the batter getting one that is lifting on him, taking away the bottom hand. Is Fontaine.
Yeah, so the straighter one does come, but just a bit of bounce on that occasion. So I was just telling him to be mindful of that. It did come, but a lot of bonks taking the top half of the bat of Arsenio Fontaine. So Lee John just coming down to have a word with him, getting him to settle. Yes, Edward is in the middle of a very impressive spell. He has accounted for the 2 wickets that have fallen so far.
This ball right on the middle stump, and the batsman equal to the task, playing it out. And again, Stacey, we speak about these youngsters learning the art, be it in bowling or batting. But looking at these Winward Island batters, apart from Pascal, we see this delivery pitch just about middle stump, but the batters not even trying to open the face in any way to score.
It's very well negotiated, very well handled, that over from Nathan Edwards. A very testing over to Arsenio Fontaine. 29 for 2 after 9 overs. It's a very young man, Fontaine, from Dominica. Just finished playing the under 15 tournament for Winward Islands. So he's quite young, and certainly getting a test of his batting abilities, and he's handled that over very well from Nathan Edward. A maiden one.
It's good to see cricketers are making it to the next level from these islands, but in particular Dominica, who have not really produced too many test players, except for Orvin Shillingford.
Well, right now, Alec Atenes and Calvin Hodge might be saying to themselves, what do you mean we haven't produced a lot of test players? One just scored 100 in the last match and 84. So these 2 players are putting their hands up for Dominica.
Yes, well, they would have had been coming to the fore, producing cricketers of that caliber with good temperament, and of course Dominica, known for their spinners as well. They produce quite a lot of spinners, so it will be interesting to see if he sticks around, that is, Fontaine, or we would back the spinners here at Annisfield Stadium.
We see in this period, since the fall of that wicket of Pascal, the run scoring has dried up significantly. It's been one run since the second wicket has fallen.
Yeah, and they are following a similar pattern like the Leeward Islanders. When they have lost wicket there, they go back into a slump and finding it difficult to score. We are seeing a similar pattern here now from the Windwards. I would like to see that they get back where they started, to rotate the strike, open the face of the blade, run it down to third man, turn down to the corner at fine leg, and get a run. Here's one now, a nicely taken single, well communicated, well judged run. A push up on the offside, and the batsman was able to scamper through for a single. The total now on to 30.
Yeah, and with that run as well, Lee John gets off the mark. So one run in his 7th delivery. Faced.
It's always good to get off the mark, Stacey. When you go to the crease, what is your first intention? To hit a 4? It's chiseling, very fine chisel here. No doubt the covers will be called on soon. Maybe after this over here, he's given a full toss, driven up to mid-on. No run. There's a no ball signaled by the umpire. So one more to the extras, one more to the Windward's total. They are now 31 for 2 of 9.3 overs. And the signal for the groundsman to bring on the covers. So players will be off for a short while. We would be leaving you for a short break, and then we'll return as Windwards, in reply to the Leeward Islands, 120 scored in 41 overs at 31 for 2.
Yeah, so welcome back after that rain delay. So Winward Islands will resume on 31-2. Lee John and Arsenio Fontaine, the batters in. Dismissed batters are Stefan Pascal and Stephen Abraham. Nathan Edward picking up those 2 wickets. And they'll actually resume on a free hit delivery. Mr. Horn.
Yes, just going back to the Windward's innings. They have lost 2 wickets and they need to consolidate now and really get back on track. We have seen just before the break how the batsman was finding it difficult to get the runs. Similar situation we would have seen from the Leewards. We hope that after this break we would see a bit more rotation in the strike and that the Windwards will really try to get these runs as quickly as possible, as the overhead clouds are drifting more to the south now, and that is a good sign. So we will have a bit more cricket, and we hope that this current pattern that we have here will allow play to continue for a long period.
Yes. So the signal for a free hit. I think the Winward Islands will really enjoy this free hit delivery. Haven't really been able to get on with the score since the dismissal of Pascal. Watley continuing. So free hit delivery. This is hit down the ground with some power. So Arsenio Fontaine capitalizes on the free hit. A very enthusiastic signaling of 4 from the umpire, and it's also another free hit from Yannick Watley. Tried to go short there, but he was able to best him Arsenio Fontaine and hit it down the ground. So another free hit coming up. Just a full one. Slower delivery. Took the pace off it. It was full, but it was slow. He wasn't able to get close enough to it. Fontaine to put it away. But a single.
Yes, it's always good, Stacey, when you get a free hit that you could really try to get as many runs scored off it, maybe a boundary or what it be, a 4 or 6. He was able to get out of the 2 free hits. A ball hit straight back past the bowler for 4, and he have also picked up a single. And here's a delivery now from Watley to John, who's playing back to the bowler. Score now 37 for 2 of 9.5 overs. 1 delivery left in this over from Watley. Watley seems a little bit unhappy about something a while ago. But again, the Jizzle is back with us and there is some concern. See, the umpires are looking. It's coming much heavier now. So maybe after this delivery we might see covers being called on. And this is the final delivery. The umpire has said over, and is he calling the covers on? Well, the weather is playing a little cat and mouse here with us. So he says, let's look on and see. You'll have another over there. Both umpires are consulting whether to bring covers on.
Yes, the ground staff are lining up.
jiggle.
Ground staff are lining up. And they are going to have another rain delay. Much more rain than the last time, actually. Seems to be some uncertainty as to whether to go off or stay on. The rain seems to be easing up a bit.
Players are not too keen on coming off either. But the groundsmen are already on the field, just waiting for the final decision. And they've been asked to hold. They're asked to hold as the drizzle subsides somewhat. You're seeing just a little glare of the sunshine here. As we usually say, the devil and his wife is fighting for the ham bone. Little sun peeping out, and then the cloud covers the sun. So play will continue here at the Annisville Stadium as the umpires have said, yes, we can have play. The rain has gone away. Rain, go away.
Yes, and at the end of 10 overs, power play finished as well. Both teams were actually at the same score, same amount of wickets as well, 37 for 2. Winward Islands and the Leeward Islands had the same score at the end of 10 overs. So identical so far, Leewards and Windwards. As Fontaine about to face up to Edward, who's delivering his 6th over. He's bowled 5.1 overs for 2 wickets, just 10 runs so far.
So we heard that in the match Barbados versus Jamaica at Park Hill, Barbados have Jamaica reeling at one stage, 28 for 2, and then they went to, I think it's 38 for 4. But back here at Annisville, the contest between the Leeward and the Windwards, very keen contest. Cricket is going on. So we're seeing Edwards bowling to Fontaine, and that one again is keeping very low. Similar delivery to what Pascal got. At end seems to be keeping low, Stacey.
It's very similar in length, it's just a line different. Pascal's delivery was much straighter. Maybe taking some pace off it as well, Nathan Edward.
And these break, Stacey, could definitely upset both batters and bowlers' concentration at times. So you have to be real focused.
Short lifting delivery, but played it quite well in the end, awkwardly, but managed to roll his wrist to keep it down. I believe we're going to have that rain delay now as the covers are being called on. Yes, it is. So now we'll have that rain delay as the rain starts to come down.
The rain coming in.
Yes, welcome back after the rain delay. We hope that's the last of any delays before this game comes to an end. Haven't missed a lot. One delivery was bowled there by Nathan Edward. He has one delivery remaining in his sixth. Winward Islands are 37 for 2. There are 2 other games on. Barbados versus Jamaica. Jamaica chasing 126. They are 114 for 8. So dot to finish. So finally that over is completed, and after 11, Winward Islands 37 for 2. Yes, and just to continue with those scores against Trinidad and Tobago versus Guyana. Trinidad and Tobago in search of 224 for victory. They are 87 for 2. So Watley, I don't know what's actually, yes, Watley is going to continue. So Lee John on strike, or Senior Fontaine at the non-striker's end. An appeal there. A bit too high there. So not out. The umpires are having a good day in this match so far. So just to let you know, there are no reduced overs in this match. Still 50 overs. What we've seen from Watley in this spell so far is the fact that he goes through his changes of pace throughout the over at some point in time in the over rather.
So a good start for the Leewards after the short break due to a light chisel. Almost getting a wicket there in the first over. After the break.
Yeah, both teams at a similar stage, kind of similar in their scoring, and they lost 2 wickets as well. But what we saw from the Leeward Islands was a partnership between Jewel Andrew and Devanand Singh of 47 runs. So these two, Fontaine and Lee John, the Winward Islands, will be hoping that they can replicate such an edge that falls between first slip and second slip. But it was always dying on the way to that slip cordon.
Yeah, that was a pretty thick outside edge there off the bat of John. Runs down to the third man fence. And Stacey, in this session here, we expect the Windwards really to, from a Windwards point of view, to really buckle down and make sure that they get the remaining runs. It's a well-bowled delivery, Yorker length and dug out there by Fontaine.
Yes, and there was a rain delay as well, so they should take it to their advantage. Leeward Islands, they were on top after that rain delay, before that rain delay, sorry. So Winward Islands should come out and really take it to their advantage, to take that break that they had, reassess things and try and come back and try and get on top of what the Leeward Islands bowlers are doing so far.
And also what we would have seen from these games to Stacey, especially in this contest, there's no team who are superior in their bowling department per se. But then there has been a really run of bad and low scores. So that it will be nice to see the Windwards really batting and perhaps producing the best ever total since the tournament has started. So they are 38 for 2. The Windwards replying to the Leeward Islands 120.
Yeah, their best score was actually 192 against Barbados at Park Hill. But I suspect that it's much better batting conditions there at Park Hill. They were able to get to 192 off the back of a half century by Theo Edward. The other opener not featured today. So Edwards is going to get another over, it appears. Usually bowls 6 on the trot, but it looks as if he might be going to bowl his 7th. We see the umpires getting together with the captain, I believe. Not sure what this can be about.
83 runs needed for the Windwards from another 228 balls. So clearly, in terms of the run rate and in terms of this match, the Windwards are very much ahead. It's only really despicable batting that will really cause them to lose this match, and there's no need for them to lose this game. They just have to take their time, play each ball on its merit, push the ball in the gaps, rotate the strike, put away the bad balls, and that should be their strategy, Stacey.
Well, Edward won't bowl a 7th. Not sure what the discussion was with the umpires and the captain, but Nathan Edward won't bowl his 7th right away. So there's a change, the left arm spin of Israel Morton. So Court Murray and Watson Seaton have really good spells from this end. So it's no surprises that he's going to get the ball in hand very early to these two right-handers.
And Fontaine is from Dominica, where a lot of spins come from, and it will be interesting to see this contest. A left-arm bowler will be bowling to him.
2 slips lie in wait as well.
First delivery from Morton, right on target. Batsman in defense. Plays up on the onside, no run.
Well, that man,
Very
Honoré, is out of the slip cordon and very short in front of the batter Fontaine now.
Yes, he's been put into what we call silly position, or silliest of positions, silly mid-off. Really, as we say in the gun mouth. And here's this delivery. He's steering it just past where second slip would have been. Vacant second slip, and the batsman across for 2 valuable runs to the Winward Island. Total, it pushes it up to 40 for 2 to Winward Island. 12.3 overs being bowled. So the sun is back with us here again at the stadium. You would have seen the players going off due to a light chisel that lasted for some 10 minutes or so. This one is short but failed to put away. Batsman Lee John failing to put that one away. Very interesting field set here for the left arm spinner, Stacey. As we see, one slip, silly mid-off, cover, extra cover, backward point, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep mid-wicket, straightish mid-wicket and a deep mid-wicket. And this one spun outside the off stump. Batsman watch it go by. No run. That is his first over for Morton. 2 runs off the over. Very economical indeed. Looking for line and length here. So that brings over number 13. Number 13 over being bowled. Total is on 40 to Winward Island. Looking to get another 81 run. So Watley will continue from the southern end as he comes into bowl to Fontaine, and this one has to come down pretty hard on it as it was pitched and keeping a bit low, and he has to hurry his defensive shot. And you wonder what could be going through the minds of these batters as they try to get these remaining 81 runs. There is a short ball. Batsman playing a forcing shot on the offside. No run resulted.
Oh, so far, Leeward Islands are showing that they are going to try to make it as difficult as possible, applying pressure with the field setting. A lot of fielders crowding the bat of the Winward Islands batters. And another no ball delivered by Watley, the third in his spell so far. Cannot really be offering up free hits with this sort of low total. And it's a third free hit. One was put away for 4, the other went for a single.
Yes, he's striving there, Stacey, for that extra yard of pace, and instead doing overstep the front crease. So, unfortunately, it could cost the Leeward Islands. We just hope that from a Windward standpoint, that the batters could really capitalize on it. The free hit.
Tries to use his feet, missed it completely, but it's another no ball. So a second no ball, another free hit.
I think the batter needs to just keep his composure, Stacey. He can't afford to be missing these free hits as well. It's a mistake, bad miss on the part of the bowler for the Leeward Islanders, but also you have a chance to really capitalize and get some runs from these free hits, but you're also missing.
Although it was a free hit, it was a very good option from the bowler. Yorker length delivery, a wide Yorker. Similar delivery, but it was very full. And the batter missing once more. So no run coming off the free hit. An edge that flies past Joel Andrew. Really didn't see it as it passed him. It didn't make an effort to get to it. It passed him so quickly. So fortuitous indeed of the batter of our senior Fontaine.
Yeah, well, Fontaine is showing signs as if he is tired really. He just stood there and just swing his bat. The ball took the edge of the bat. Luckily for him, it didn't go to hand. Flew past first slip and between the keeper and a boundary resulting, but a really shot that shows that you're lacking concentration, and at this time of the game you should really be focusing. (46 for 2) the Windwards trying to get over the line of 121 made by Leewards. But it has been an uphill struggle for them, Stacey. The runs have dried up a bit, the occasional boundary is coming, and the batters have been finding it difficult to rotate the strike in this period of play, and even before we had a short delay. They seem content on just playing each ball on its merit, still not getting the ball off the square, still not being able to push the ball around in the gaps, and that is what is really needed now to keep the scoreboard ticking over.
After 46 for 2 after 14 overs, and Morton, left arm spinner, gets a second over. I believe the next change might be Micah McKenzie on the other end, leg spinner. We saw that leg spinner in Jelani Joseph picked up 4 wickets against the Leeward Islands this morning, so we might see Micah McKenzie pretty soon into the attack. He hasn't been punished just yet with those shorter pitch deliveries, but it's very important that he gets his trajectory and length well to these right-handed batters. As the skipper, he wants to keep a tight field to apply more pressure on them, but any loose delivery can easily be put away, and you don't want that with this sort of low total. So it's very important for Morton to continue to apply the pressure, continue to serve up dot deliveries after dot deliveries, and ask the batters to do something out of the ordinary.
Well, it is quite visible that Morton is really concentrating on a particular line just outside the off stump, and so far he has been doing that well. He has been given the offside, a strong offside feel, and here is one which is tossed up and will go all the way maximum. The force shot after the break, that and the force real intention by the Windward batters to put back to ball. This one hoisted over, long on boundary for 6.
Yeah, got it out of the middle there, Lee John, and went all the way with it. Very important. He decided, that was intentionally played actually, decided to get it over the infield, and he got full benefit for it, all the way for 650 up as well for Winward Islands.
So that brings it over to an end. That's one. Well, umpire signal over, so 15th over being bowled. It's 52 for 2. Israel Morton, he has bowled 1 point, 2 overs, 8 runs, no wicket.
Yeah, and as I predicted, Micah McKenzie, leg spinner, into the attack pretty early. Have to throw everything at the Winward Islands, Leeward Islands, if they are to pull off a victory here. One might term it as unlikely, given how low the score is, but it'll take some application from the Winward Islands batters' point of view to get home here this afternoon. As Micah McKenzie, leg spinner, operating from that same end Jelani Joseph did earlier when the Leeward Islands were batting. And right away into his work, getting it to just move away from the right-handed batter at that full length. This one a bit short, but it bounced a fair bit and moved away a lot as well from Arsenio Fontaine.
Yes, Mackenzie seems to be getting some bonks out of this wicket, the same end as you said Joseph operated from. He's tall, and here's a ball that is pushed down to backward square, and the single resulting. Score goes up by 1 to
Yeah,
53.
Read that quite well, Fontaine. It was full and on the pad, so no risk in sweeping it to the onside. The 68 more runs required, a lot of deliveries to play with.
That was a nicely played shot all along the ground, and that is very important with an attacking field. Cover and extra cover. And that's his first over of Mackenzie. So the total 54 for 2. 54 for 2. The Winward Islands trying to get to 121. Made by the Leeward Islands, haven't been sent into bat by the Winward Islands after winning the toss here at the Annisfield Stadium. So here at the Annisfield playing field, like the songwriter, we can say, I can see clearly now. The rain has gone. We're having a very lovely afternoon session here for cricket.
Another chat again. The umpires and Joel Andrew once more. But that shot from Lee John, hitting it down the ground in that long on direction, has forced a change. That man now crook on the long on boundary.
I don't know. We have been seeing these chats in the middle by both umpires and players. Not sure what's going on out there. And here is a delivery that really bunks and turn again. The natural left arm, well flighted and beaten. Lee John all ends up a beautiful delivery. Pitched, bunks and turn. Batsman playing down the wrong line there. Didn't have a clue. Well bowled. Morton, you need to bowl more like that. Bringing the batsman forward this time. This one was pitched more on the middle stump. Batsman had no problem in coming forward and just playing back along the track. This one is bang. Yes, and the players come back for 2.
No, actually, it's really good running. They came back for 3 at the end of that. And I must say, I mean, Lee John, he had a few opportunities to put some of that short pitch deliveries away on that occasion. It was really good gap finding from him. And they ran 3. So excellent running from these 2 batters in the middle.
Yeah. Yes.
Another change now. Yes, that man went in to slip that ball before. Now long on comes up in the circle.
It's beautifully bowled again, right up in the black hole. The batsman can do nothing but to dig it out, Stacey. Another well Bold delivery from Martin. Trying his best here for the Leeward Islands. He's really throwing in the ball as well. He's not a tall man by any means, but he's really having a good grip on the ball. There's a delivery, beautifully bowled again. That brings it over to an end. The total, the Winward Island, 57 for 2, chasing after 121 runs needed for victory. We already have 17 overs being bowled in the Winward Island innings. We just need another 64 more runs off 198 balls. So really and truly, the reality is that there is no pressure so much on the Windwards, but more so on the Leewards, because the Leewards need to be taking wickets here. There's a misfield there by the man at straightish mid-wicket, allowing the batsman to cross for 1. It's now 58 for 2 the Windwards.
Yeah, this partnership of 30 has really brought some calm after losing 2 wickets in 1 over earlier. It's a big hit. Heave across the leg side. It was served up to him and he took full advantage there, Arsenio Fontaine. Actually 4 runs signaled by the umpire. I thought it went all the way, but 4 runs by the umpire, signaled by umpire Brian.
Yeah, a lovely shot. Another long hop, as we say that the leg spinners usually have to be right on target. But this one was relatively short and it was a full ball. Fontaine just...
Yes, so there you go. As I thought. Yes. I know my eyes didn't deceive me. Changed. It went all the way for 6. Full-blooded strike there from Arsenio Fontaine.
Yes, so a good shot there by Fontaine. Full delivery, this one.
So it's been changed now to 6, to some chairs from the Windward Islands dressing room. 6 runs to Arsenio Fontaine takes him up to 20. As an opener, you should be proud of this knock so far.
So Mackenzie will try again this one outside the off stump, the batsman.
And what's been good about this partnership so far, Mr. Horn, I don't know if you'll agree with me, is the fact that they're willing to buy time, just play, soak up the pressure, and then when the loose deliveries come, they jump all over it.
And yeah, that is the way they should be really going after this target, really, because they're really in front. They have a lot of balls to make these runs, so there's no need for them to just rush it through. There's no plane waiting for them or anything. Just take their time. Easy like Sunday morning.
Swings it across and it's put down. So he managed to get that shot out of Fontaine. I mean, Lee John is coming down now to have a word with him, but tries to hit it so hard, and it's been put down by Yannick Watley at short mid-wicket. So a chance goes down now for the Leeward Islands.
Yeah, Fontaine getting a sort of half volley and really should have put it away, but kind of lifted it straight to the man at short mid-wicket and he put it down. So it's a life given to him. Let's see what he does in next delivery. Jack down. Again, seems not to be timing the ball as well as he would like, Stacey. Looking to put too much emphasis on hitting it too hard. So, so the over comes to an end. So 64 for 2 the Windwards. Edging closer and closer to that 100 mark and closer to that total of 121 needed for victory.
Yeah, still they wouldn't feel comfortable until they get to 120, 121. When we've seen teams sailing comfortably in this tournament and then 1 wicket springs a collapse. So these two, they're set and they should be looking to take it as deep as possible from a Winward Islands perspective. So Morton.
And so far, these two batsmen have shown that they are capable of doing the job for the Windwards, putting their heads down and bat, except for that drop catch, and I think that one that was edged. So far, we give them credit, Stacey, for really sticking it out and batting sensibly. And that's all the situation is calls for, to bat sensibly, play each ball on its merit, yes. Don't get too defensive. You just need to be striking the ball, rotating the strike, get your ones and twos, and yes, when there's a bad ball, put it away. There's a short one outside the off stump. Just plays too short, extra cover. There is no run. Morton continues to bowl a very nagging line just outside the off stump. He's coming around the wicket to the right hander. Now we see the man at deep extra cover being brought in close, and here's a delivery, well flighted, dug out by the batsman. Well bowled. Stacey, the only how I see the Windwards could lose this game is if they begin to do some stupidness by throwing the wicket away, so to speak. They really should not lose this game. It is 65 for 2. 65 for 2 the Windwards. Really in the driver's seat here, going about their task quite easily. 56 runs needed from 186 balls. Stacey, that's why I made the comment. They had to do something drastically stupid to lose this game. But as it is, cricket a game of glorious uncertainties. It only takes a ball to take a wicket, and you never know. Fall of one wicket could bring many.
It's another full delivery. Couldn't connect on that delivery properly. Bit of an inside edge that trickles away to that man Devon and Singh at the square leg boundary. So as you mentioned, he's just trying to hit it too hard. Lacks timing. Lacked timing on that occasion, Lee John. So far, Micah Mackenzie has been quite inconsistent in landing those deliveries in this over so far. Well, in his spell so far, into his third over. It's nicely walked down to the ground, to the long on man. And that's what you want to see. The vacant areas, just hit it in that area and take a run. It's just 55 more runs required. 54, sorry. From 84 balls.
Yeah, that's sensible playing by Fontaine. Just playing the ball up in the V, getting a single.
Yes, and that's the word right there. A sensible approach, really. Don't need to do anything out of the ordinary. Not seeing any sort of purchase of the wicket from these spinners. So batting so far looks really easy. I think one of the differences as well, Jelani, Joseph, Kurt Murray, Watson, Seaton, when they operated, they try to get it fuller, on a fuller length to the batter. So far, Micah Mackenzie, when he tries to bowl it too full, he over pitches. And then when he pulls it back, it's been too short. That is where he wants to be. So that area right there is what has caused a lot of trouble to batters today. But he hasn't been able to consistently land it in that area.
Yeah, and the second comparison between both Joseph and Mackenzie is that Mackenzie seems a bit anxious to come into bowl, and at times bowling a bit quicker than Joseph as well. If only he couldn't give it a little low, slow it up a bit, I guess he will gain more purchase.
A short one to finish that wasn't punished. 67 for 2 after 20 overs.
Windwards looking for their first win here at the stadium here in Allen'sville. Both teams, we said before, at the bottom of the table. Who will be champs here? We'll wait to see at the end of this contest. As the Leewards have been bowled out in 41 overs for 120 runs, and the Windwards responding quite well, 67 for 2. And here's another beauty from Israel Morton, who's bowling extremely well, but really bowling without any luck thus far. He really has had the batsman in quite a bit of trouble here. He's bowling this nagging line and length. Here's a ball that is more on the leg stump and being played down to mid-on. Batsman could only get a single. So it's a 68 now. 68 for 2, the Windwards. And Stacey, definitely, Israel Morton has been really bowling well, but he's yet to get a wicket. He has been bowling without any luck, as we would say. But it's really interesting to see him. And here's a ball on the line of the leg stump. A possible 2, possible 3. The man has to chase from all the way from mid-wicket down to backward square.
Yeah, got chased by Michael Palmer, keeping it to 2. And yes, he is bowled good, consistently good in his over for most of the deliveries, but it seems like every over he is bowled, he served up one that the batters can put away. There you go again. There you go again. Wonderfully played by Lee John. Straight, full, and hitting it straight to pick up another boundary. And it's just what I've been saying. It seems like, yes, he hits good areas, but just like Michael McKenzie has been inconsistent in landing it in those areas as much as possible. So another 4, and this time it forces another change in the field. That man goes back on the boundary, tongue.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot by Lee John, and that shows that he's getting into his stride. And here's a delivery that takes the inner half of the bat. And the batsman gets another single. So the Winward Islands have been rotating the strike nicely, Stacey, and that is what we really want to see. Something we didn't see just after lunch and prior to the short break. But both batters now are getting into their stride, and they are taking the time. They are playing each ball on its merit. They are picking up the singles and the occasional bad balls they are putting away to the boundary. So 75 for 2, the Windwards.
So 4 fielders out now. Haven't seen that so far in this innings. But the way these two have been going, it's forced that change by the captain. So the Winward Islands batters, they don't need to change anything. Yes, the 4 fielders are out. So now is a chance for them to just pick off those singles as they're more on offer, given the field setting.
And it would be advisable, Stacey, that both batters facing up to McKenzie do not chance the arm, do not take any undue risk against him, just to play each ball on its merit and wait for the bad ball. Here's one that is kept very low, and the batsman has to come down pretty hard on it and just manage to keep it out. Well ball, Mackenzie. That one bonks. Appreciably beating the outside edge.
So far in this over, 5 dots. Finding a bit of bowling rhythm now, Michael Mackenzie. We hope that he can finish well. He doesn't finish well. It's been heaved out to the onside, but just 2 runs. So still manages to finish with a full delivery. Luckily for him, it wasn't trashed to the boundary for 4. 2 runs to finish that over, just 2 runs from it only. 77 for 2 after 22 overs.
Yes, another full pitch delivery that really should have been dispatched to the boundary or over the fence for maximum, but the batter just didn't get hold of it as he would like. Again, trying to hit it too hard. Nonetheless, he was able to get 2 runs from it. So the Windwards up, pushing on nicely, edging closer and closer. They're now 77 for 2. As Morton continues his spell of excellent bowling here. He's bowled 5.1 overs. He's into his 6th over, of course. There's a delivery, pitch wide, signaled by the umpire now.
Yeah, very wide delivery, a good low take from keeper Joel Andre. It also brings up 50 runs partnership between these two. Getting the edge, but just falling short of Nathan Edwards there in slip. Some frustration now creeping into the Leeward Islands. Nathan Edwards, after that one falling short, he just adjusts his stance a bit. Comes in a bit closer this time. This one is short, but it's been played straight to that man who also puts it down. So another drop catch, this time from Carlton Pluck. So Arsenio Fontaine dropped twice so far in this innings.
Well, he really must be favouring his chances here in this game. Dropped twice, a ball that was short and hit it straight to the man at extra cover, and he failed to hold on to it. So Fontaine enjoying his knock here with 2 chances.
It was a pretty short delivery. And just like you said, he's been trying to hit the ball too hard. Not relying on his timing on placement. Saw it, his eyes lit up, and he just tried to go very hard at it. He's still there, but this time he goes. An easy catch taken this time by Tianik Honore. And that life that we've been talking about, he's been living it so well up until that point. And Fontaine has to go back.
Yes, Stacey, and again a very, very bad shot there from Fontaine. He was dropped the ball before, and this delivery now was flighted on the middle stump, and he had a big heave at it. It's as if you're fed up batting. That shot that he played. And here it is now, it's a water break. Now having a water break here, so the Windwards now have lost their fourth wicket with the total on 78. 78 for 4 of 22.5 overs. So we'll join you in a short moment after the water break.
Yeah, welcome back after the drinks break and at the stroke of, just on the stroke of a drinks break, our senior Fontaine lost his wicket. So that's the wicket the Leeward Islands was searching for. And right away they've brought a change. Cordell Crook, the off spinner, into the attack, replacing Micah McKenzie.
Yes, Stacey. Fontaine was living dangerously and being dropped twice and did not capitalize on those drop catches. Give his wicket away again after batting for quite some time.
Yes, that's what you'll say. 50 partnership came up as well. And he decided that he was going to take on Israel Morton. Really didn't look settled against him in that over. Had a drop catch. Really should have said to himself, you know what, let me just try and continue to bat long with Lee John. But just really give it away at the end there, Fontaine.
Yeah, that definitely showed there was a lapse in concentration there from Fontaine. He really should have continued in the vein in which he came out after the short break, after the delay from rain. He was batting quite nicely until he started losing concentration and was able to drop, and was dropped twice and still give his wicket away.
So the new batter is Curtin Murray. Open the bowling for Winward Islands. Has a job now to do with the batting hand.
getting close to the halfway mark. This is the 24th over in progress. This one played with a lot of right hand up to long off, tugging it on the onside rather than having a cock elbow and, you know, Stacey playing it on the offside. He gets it up to long on for a single. Total now 79. 79 for 3. The Winward Island going at 3.34 runs over. Need another 43 more runs for victory. And Stacey, where's your money lies? Too early to call?
Thankfully, I'm not a betting woman.
Really? Stacey, don't bet? But of course, you could.
If I was a betting woman, I would never bet on cricket for sure. So, 79 for 3. As Morton continues in his spell. And that's the thing. Morton, though he has bowled good, he has served up just at least one delivery or so that you could have taken advantage of as a ball batter. And Fontaine wasn't patient enough, deciding that he was going to continue playing his shots to Morton. In the middle of a really good spell, it's been a bit tricky for the batters.
The strange thing too, the field was set because you would have to try and penetrate that field placement in order to get through. He had done it 1 or 2 times, but this time he failed to get hold of the shot that he really wanted to go over the top and held out at cover.
Lee John, the opposite, quite composed. Seems to be a batter a player that plays the situation well, has quite a vast knowledge of the game, it might look like. The way he's been playing and handling the situation so far since that dismissal of the 2 batters in that 1 over brought a lot of calm to the Winward Islands innings. So from a Winward Islands perspective, they hope that he continues to present that calm that is so needed as a maiden over comes to an end, 79 for 3 at the halfway mark.
Yes. A very good over ball again by Morton, keeping things in check for the Leeward Islanders and keeping the Winward Island batsmen from scoring. It's important that he bowl is very tight lines because 120 runs here on this wicket is not enough to give them a chance, and should they make a match of this, they need to be taking wickets, but that has not been the case. They have been denied by the Winward Island batters, and so far Winward Island, you would say, have played well in the context of the game. Now 79 for 3.
So change of angle for Crook, about to bowl his first delivery to Murray. Well, Murray to face his first delivery rather. It's very important that the batters coming in just look to support Lee John. Yes, you do that by staying in for as long as possible, but you also need to work on being positive at the crease, and positive doesn't mean hitting 4s and 6s. Still try to find a way to get off strike, still find a way to get a single, find a way to walk the field, because if you get stuck at one end, looking to sweep that one across the line, but the umpire judged it not out. And I was saying, if you get stuck at one end, the new batter coming in can well have a delivery waiting with your name on it. So very important that Murray displays some positivity.
Cordell Crook. No big spin off the ball really, just ambling in and just putting the ball there on a spot. So this is a ball I think the batsman should really take the attack to Stacey and try to up the scoring rate for the Winward Islands. But the over has come to an end, his first over, and the score now is 80 for 3. Winward Island 80 for 3. Getting closer to that required total for victory of 121.
Yes, so far it doesn't seem to be a big turn of the ball. Relies on his height and trajectory as a threat. Probably varies his pace as well. So these are the things you have to look out for when facing him so far, from what I've seen so far, Cordell Crook. So Morton continuing in his good spell of bowling into his 8th over now. Yeah, stifled appeal, but bat and pad close together. I think there may have been an inside edge there onto the pad. Yes, an inside edge. Yeah, so far he's looked the most threatening, of course, Israel Morton. So it's very important that they allow him, just see him off without him picking up another wicket from a Winward Islands perspective. The Leeward Islands would love to see him be a bit straighter to Lee John. Second wide now delivered in that over.
What I've noticed, Stacey, Morton has been bowling most of his ball going away. We still have not seen him try to bring back that delivery or even bowl the arm ball, which is supposed to be really his surprise ball. So most of his deliveries is pitching and turning further away.
Yeah, so far his judgment of the line and length of those deliveries have been spot on. Lee John is not looking to force anything, play each ball on its merit. Nicely walked and picking up a single as well, so good running to add to that. So 83 now for 3 at the end of that over. Well, actually, sorry, there's another ball remaining in the over. Didn't account for the 2 wides that were previously bowled.
Partnership of 23 now between these two. So in this period of play, as we see Morton over the wicket now as he changes approach to the wicket, and that brings it over to an end. It's 8 over, and the total of 27 overs now. The win was 83 for 3. It would appear as if the Leeward Islands now at this juncture of the game is going through motions. They're just hoping for a wicket. And it seems also as though the Windward Island batters are just content and playing each ball on its merit. And we're just waiting for the bad ball. That might be a good ploy by them. As I said, there is no need for them to be rushing. They just need another 38 runs off 138 balls. So why not take your time and bat? Crook with his gentle off spin as he comes up and bowls. This one is hit past the man up mid-off down to the boundary. Well played for good shot selection there, Stacey.
Yeah, that is a fantastic shot from Lee John. He waited on it and he intentionally played it in that direction. I mean, Crook, we already said he doesn't turn the ball a lot, relies on his height. So Lee John knew that it wasn't going to come back into him after he'd pitched and executed that shot pretty well. So really good head on his shoulders so far, Lee John.
Yes, and he did make, you could see him making that effort to use his feet there. And this is what we're talking about all along. Take the attack to the bowlers. Use your feet and make something happen. And he did that quite well in getting that boundary. That should do him a wall of good, build his confidence. He's choking again out on the offside, beating the man at short, extra cover. Mid-off runs around to his left, another single resulting. Score goes up by 1 to 88 for 3. The Leeward Islanders, Stacey, must be saying now another 20 or 30 more runs would have been the ideal score for a victory here. And should they lost this game, no one else to blame but
sat
themselves.
up nicely. That sat up really nicely to be hit in that direction. The control was so good from Curtston. Murray didn't try to hit it too hard, but just controlled it into that direction. Well played again by Murray.
Yeah, ball pitched short of a length and given the treatment. And good shot again to bring up another boundary for the Winward Island. That moves the score on now to 92 for 3. And the runs are now coming. We see the batsmen really building their confidence and getting into their stride now, Stacey, as they come up to that magic figure of 100.
You mentioned that you think the score is too low to trouble the batters. Yes, of course, it's a pretty low score, but I think the Leeward Islands, they might be saying this game isn't over as yet. Still 29 runs to play with.
Well, you see there one
hoping for a miraculous collapse here by the Winward Islands.
Well, I guess the Winward Islands would have other ideas as the main bowler for the Leeward Islands is coming back, Nathan Edward. He has taken 2 wickets thus far off his 6 overs, 2 for 10. Yeah, he is left arm. Batsman in behind that one.
Yes, so the captain going back to his strike bowler, Nathan Edward. He picked up 2 wickets this evening. Pascal and Abraham in 1 over. Just 2 fielders out, a man at deep third and one at fine leg. All the other fielders are in the circle. Very packed offside field as well. It's a full delivery. Just played just past that man, Micah McKenzie there. Very short. Played with absolutely no power and no control, but he's lucky to still be there, Lee John.
So the Windwards looking for a victory here at Hannesville Stadium. I need another 28 more runs to win. It will be a very good victory and will really give them a real great deal of confidence. As Edwards runs away from the commentary booth. This delivery, Murray is driving. Can't score.
Yeah, similar feel for the left-handed batter, but instead of that extra man in the offside, there's one now at square leg.
The Winwards must be commended for their approach to the game as well in this match. Stacey, had they had gone for any attacking play from their batters, it could have probably, things could have been different.
Yeah, we've seen it time and time again from these youngsters, coming out looking to be attacking and take on the bowlers and then losing their wickets. But Lee John and Fontaine just produced that calmness that was required for this run chase. It's not over yet, still 28 runs more to get. So you hope that these two continue in that vein. Yeah, over the infield, another boundary. And see how much he controlled that delivery. He did intend to get it over there, but don't think it went as high as he wanted it to. Just over that man head. Tong, very tall fielder there at mid-off. So another boundary, and Curtston Murray just showing his ability with the bat now.
Yeah, that delivery from Edwards was pitched up a bit wide and giving Murray a chance his arm. Big drive. Didn't get a hold of it as he would like, but nonetheless got 4 runs. And here's a delivery. Bowled Murray, all ends up. The ball just pitched just about off stump, coming back in and went through the ground. A lazy shot, I would think, there for Murray. A rather lazy shot. Didn't even get out to that delivery at all. So 97 for 4 as the Windwards lose their 4th wicket here. That is Murray going down, bowled Nathan Edwards, picking up his 3rd wicket.
A full straighter delivery. His feet went nowhere really. He was caught on the crease, tailing back in and accounting for his wicket. 8 runs he scored, 97 now for 4. And his twin brother walks out, Curtin Murray.
So the Winward Island in a spot of bother here really, as we see Nathan Edwards, who was brought back into the attack, really getting the breakthrough here for the Leeward Islands. Bowling Murray, neck and cranny.
Yeah, a really good piece of captaincy as well from Joel Andrew, recognizing the need for a wicket, going back to his strike bowler in Nathan Edwards, and he has produced that for him. A 3rd wicket going down. Just 24 runs needed. So the Windward Islands have to be careful with how they negotiate the rest of these overs. So far, the threat has been Edwards and Israel Morton in this bowling attack so far, that is. So it's very important that you keep these 2 bowlers out, not allow them to pick up another wicket to get Leeward Islands back into this game.
Yes, Stacey, and the Winward batters really have to try and ensure that they build a good partnership again. We have been seeing this all the time, repeating itself. After batters get themselves in, then they get themselves out through a very, very poor shot. So it is Winwards who would need now to really, really put their heads down and don't take things for granted, as this delivery is forced down to the mid-off area for a single.
And that was perilously close to the diving arms of Crook as well. It was played in the air, but just managing to evade him. So we were saying, have to be careful, the Windward Islands, with their approach to these next few overs.
Yes, so with that fall of the wicket, the Windwards would not want to lose any further wicket before they would have overhauled its totals. It's important that they bat sensibly and keep all their wickets intact. So we still have a game here on our hands here at the Annisville Stadium, and the Leewards are coming after the Windwards. They are not giving up. A wicket or 2 now could spell further trouble for the Windwards, something that we would not want to see happen right now.
Some width given, can capitalize on it. On that occasion, Kurt Murray. Again, a well set offside field. 4 men in the offside. And just one run coming from the 30th. 98 for 4 now, Winward Islands.
The game's still more leaning towards the Windwards, but Stacey, as we keep saying that we have seen oftentimes that when we think that a partnership is going to really bat through, the fall of our wickets creates some problems for the batters to come. So we are expecting these batters now at the crease to really bat for a very long period, and not just only bat but accumulate the required runs that is needed for victory.
Yes, and Lee John is key here. He's set. He's been there for 77 balls now. He's seen it all in terms of this bowling attack from Leeward Islands. So it's very important that he stays and take them to victory. The new batters coming in, they have to get accustomed to the conditions out there.
Yes, indeed, and he has a big responsibility on his shoulders now. He seems very adept of his batting. He's showing good maturity at the crease. He's been there. I've seen wickets tumbled, and yes, the Windwards will rely on him heavily now to take them across the finish line.
Yeah, just like the Leeward Islands will rely heavily on Nathan Edwards in his last 3 overs. This one ill-directed, but just a single, as there's protection in that area. Don't think he'll mind bowling to the newer batter, Nathan Edwards, in his hunt for a wicket.
Surely the Leewards are saying if we get another breakthrough or 2 here, we will be right back in the game, Stacey. And they're definitely looking for the 5th wicket to break the back of the Windwards batting.
Yes, Scott Murray, he has a lot of batting ability. Murray. So it's just on him now to just stay and support Lee John for as long as possible in this partnership. It's all about batting time now. 22 balls, 122 runs, and 117 balls.
Well, he's facing up, Court Murray, to the experienced Nathan Edwards, who for this delivery he is in defense. He's up to mid-off. No runs. Yes, it's important that he gives that kind of support to Lee John, who has been at the crease for quite some time now and really is the informed batter right now. Edwards looking to produce some magic here for the Leewards. Looking to break through here. There's a ball pitch on the leg stump, and all the batter can do, Court Murray, is to play it back along the wicket. A slip. A 3rd man cover. Extra cover. Man at the cover point boundary. Mid off. Mid on. Mid wicket. Fine leg. As Edwards bowls, and this one he just delayed the shot somewhat, opening the face. It runs down to 3rd man. Single resulting. That's 99 as the Windwards inches closer to, well, 100 actually. Windwards has reached the 100 total, 100 for 4. That magic total, that psychological total. So they just need another 21 more runs off 114 balls. So there is no need for them to do anything out of the extraordinary. Clearly there is no sign of rain. And of course the bus that takes them to the hotel. Could wait as long as they want to wait until they get these runs. And after this match, Stacey, the Windwards come up against who? Have you seen the fixtures? You don't know. It's wrong enough match. Surely their next one would be a tougher assignment. But getting a win here would be so much a booster to them and to build that confidence going into that next game. A bit of sloppy feeling there by the Leewards, allowed the batsman to scamper to for another single.
Yeah, a bit of indecision at first by these two batters, but when they realized that it was past him, they came through quite comfortably for a single in the end. So that's all that's required now from a Winward Islands perspective. Just knock it around and pick up the singles. Just 2 fielders out for Lee John. It's very important for him not to lose his concentration now at this juncture of the game. Yes, it's just 20 more runs required, but still important for him to see it through for the Winward Islands.
Yes, indeed. He has to keep a cool head, level head as he has been doing all through his innings. Losing him now will spell real trouble for the Windwards because he is the batsman in. He's set. He's been at the crease for quite some time now and he has batted beautifully.
Good piece of fielding off his own bowling to end the over there. Crook, 32 gone, 101 for 4.
So it has been that period of the game where it is pretty slow going here for the Windwards, but they are inching closer and closer to victory. As you see, Stacey, just another 20 more runs. But 20 more runs that they should not lose any more wickets as well.
Yeah, the Leeward Islands, they're going to make them work hard for it though. Well set field on the offside, packed. Everyone just lurking around there, looking for any miss hit to take a catch. So full ball, very high, goes over the head of Micah McKenzie. Wait on the signal of the umpire. So wow, I judged it to be going down. It was a full ball. It was played just over the head of Micah McKenzie. Almost a chance there for Leeward Islands.
Yes, this full delivery, you always have to be so careful with these full pitch deliveries. I think it caught him by surprise. He was already into the stroke and he just managed to get it over the head of the infielder at the short mid-wicket position. No harm done.
Yeah, sometimes that is what happens when you come in and you have a survival mindset. You just decide you're going to try and survive, you know, so sometimes a loose delivery is served up and you don't really know what to do with it. Luckily for him, he's still there, Kurt Murray. Yes, his job is to bat and bat with Lee John.
And sometimes, Stacey, in these games, when the game keeps changing from swung like a pendulum sometimes, and you know that your team need you.
Short delivery. This time he picks it up. A powerful hit there by Lee John to pick up a boundary. Not messing around right now with anything loose. Lee John, wonderful execution from him.
Yeah, a very good shot there from Lee John. This time we see Edwards going into the dirt, dropping it in short, but John was equal to the task and really giving it the treatment over mid-wicket for a well-played boundary.
I
That
keep
gives
saying he
the
seems to
total
be
106 now for 4.
Yeah, he seems to be quite a calculating character. He knew that once he get it over the infield, it was always going to be runs. All he had to do was get enough power on it to put it away. And he moves up to 40. Well made 40 so far. So his concentration will be just to see the Winward Islands home from here.
Yes, and he needs to be commended for the way he has gone about his business, his line of attack and defense. He has mixed that quite well, and he has held back these attacking shots for quite some time. But he has been tested here with the short pitch, and he shows what he has in his repertoire for batting. And here's a delivery that just edged out, goes down to third man, and he gets a single.
Yeah, that full delivery coming there now, almost accounting for Lee Johnny. Was set on the back foot. Full delivery that squared him up. Luckily for him, he got an edge that flew through the deep third area. So really thinking his bowling, Nathan Edward. He's a very experienced player.
Yes, his batters didn't give him enough runs to bowl at. He has 3 wickets so far, and he has been bowling quite well throughout this tournament. Still full of energy, running in strong, bustling in. And that brings it over to an end. Is it? Yes.
Yeah, and I believe they wanted Kurt Murray to take that single. You just saw before that ball was delivered, that man at mid-on, he went a bit deeper, allowing Kurt Murray to get that easy single. But he has shown that he can stand up and bat with the best of them so far, Kurt Murray.
And this is what you want from your batters, especially those who are in the dugout waiting to come in at the fall of a wicket or two. That they analyze the game, and that usually Stacey, your management team and your coach will have you huddle together and discuss plans and strategies, so that if you have to go in, if it's your turn to be at the crease, you will be instructed as to what to do. And then sometimes that could prove good or bad, because you are an attacking player, and for some reason, because of the state of the game, you cannot go out and play shots as you would like to.
Yeah, still ringing the changes though. Jewel Andrew, Michael Palmer, about to come in for a second spell. His first 3 overs, no wickets, 18 runs.
Yeah, the Leewards are really giving it their best shot. They're not just going to lie down and play dead. So the captain is doing the right thing to see which of his bowlers which would be able to get him the breakthrough. And I guess he's hoping for a fall of another 1 or 2 wickets, and they think they should have a chance with this game. And should that happen, Stacey, it could be a very exciting finish we'll have here. So far, so good. The batters have been playing each ball on its merit, and they have been rotating the strike. I think this is the second time in this tournament that the Winwards have passed 100 mark. So all goes well for the Winwards batting, and the young lads trying to make a name for themselves here. This under 19 West Indies rising star level.
Yeah, nicely done by Kurt Murray, just opening the face and guiding it to deep third. Something I've grown to like about Kurt Murray. He understands his game very well. He knows he's not the type of player that packs a lot of power. So you see a lot of shots like that, the touches and the drives. He drives quite well when he's set. So good to see that he keeps understanding his game. Lee John firmly behind it and allowed no as well to Kurt Murray as the non-striker's end.
What I would like to see, Stacey, is that the seamers try to bowl a more fuller length, looking for more Yorkers than anything else.
Yeah, well, you called for it. He tried for it, but it was ill-directed, swinging down the leg side and picking up another 4. No signal from the umpire, so I guess it came off the bat. Inching closer to a maiden half-century here is Lee John.
Yeah, it's not a bad intention here, actually, to bowl a fuller length and to bowl Yorker lengths, but you have to get it right. He was just off the radar there and going down the leg side, and the batter did get a touch onto it and crosses the boundary rope here at fine leg. 4 more runs to the Winward Island team, brings them closer to their target of 121. Just needing 8 more runs for victory.
Showing a full face of the bat that time, firmly behind it.
Yes, John.
End the over as well. 34 gone, 113 for 4.
Yes, and Lee John continues to bat well to the end. And this is what you want from your players who would have gotten a start and who would have got in, so to speak, to take their bat right through the innings. Somebody had to stay there who are at the crease for a while and who have batted well. He have batted 89 deliveries, he have got 45, he still stand a chance to get a 50-run partnership here, Stacey.
Yeah, certainly agree with you, Mr. Horn. Once you get in and get set on this surface, the onus is on you to bat for a very long period of time. And so far, Lee John capitalizing on his opportunity to bat higher up in the order as well.
Well, we have not seen that widespread field, even though to say you're saving the boundaries, I say, the captain preferred to continue with the close-in fielders, just really having 2 men out, the 3rd man and the fine leg.
Yeah, no point in spreading the field, no. It's just 8 more runs required. You have to look to see if you can force the batters to do something, and one of these fielders in the circle coming into play. But so far, Lee John has assessed things well and decided that he's just gonna look to see off. Well, sorry, Kurt Murray, that's on strike. Continuing to give support to Lee John, who's at the other end.
Yes, and he has been doing so quite well since he came into the wicket, and has been growing in confidence as well. But I guess, based on the state of the game, when he came into the wicket, he realized what his role is, or was. So, and he is playing that role very, very well indeed.
Yeah, and talking about role clarity, Lee John, he bowls off spin. He has featured with the ball in every match except for this one so far in the tournament. I'm talking from the 2-day right up to the 50 overs. Yes, he didn't feature in that game that was rained out. Just 10 overs were bowled, but I figured that he would have had a bowl in that over. And today, it appears as if they spoke to him and they told him, you're going to be our number 4 batter. Swan walked off the pads. He challenged the fielder. He runs around now. Does well to clean it up and keep it to 2. So his role in the team today was to bat at number 4. And he has done a marvelous job so far, acknowledging his role and playing the part.
Yes, indeed. Hats off to Lee John. Wonderful innings, a very disciplined innings he has played. And of course, he puts himself in line, Stacey, between himself and Joseph, a man of the match. Who would be your pick?
He's getting an edge there and sent back. Lee John falling just short of Joel Andrew. But continuing on Lee John, you know, it's very tough sometimes as a youngster. You know you're part of the bowling team. You didn't get a bowl. It's very easy sometimes for your confidence to be dented coming into your batting innings. You could have probably seen a different Lee John, but such is the maturity and the thinking from him, and credit to the coaching staff as well, if they really did have a chat with him and let him know very early that your role today will predominantly be to bat up the order, and he's taken to it quite well. He's now 45 of 89.
Yes, clearly he has demonstrated he has batting ability so that he can bat at number 4. It's very, very, very good to see him performing a double role, in the sense that as an all-rounder now, he could be considered himself as an all-rounder. To bat at number 4 in the team is batting pretty high in the order.
Yeah, single to finish that over, and also a wonderful spell of bowling, a wonderful effort from Nathan Edward in his quest to bowl his team to victory today, picking up 3 wickets, 2 early wickets of Pascal and Abraham in his over, 2 wickets in 1 over, and then coming back to pick up that wicket of Curdston Murray. So a really wonderful spell from him, miserly, and picking up wickets as well. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem as if it'll be enough today, as 5 runs more is needed from Winward Islands. You also have to take into consideration for Winward Islands that they had to make a lot of changes today. I was looking at the field and I was wondering why there are so many bowlers. You know, I asked a question and I was told that some of the players are ill. In fact, a few of the players that played today in this game, you know, they had to force it. They weren't feeling so well. But the batters that came before, and Lee John and Murray, they're fighting for the other batters that were not able to play in this match today.
Stacey, there's a bad flu that is going around. We don't know what exactly will be the state of these individuals, but here's a shot that is played straight down the ground, is it?
It's fortuitously done there, inadvertent, but effective in the end, and a healthy edge that goes away to the boundary, and now they are 1 run closer to victory, Winward Islands.
So
I was wondering to myself, if you're gonna bring the field in, might as well put 2 fielders in the slip cordon, just if you need wickets. No, it's a bit too late now, as the scores are leveled. Winward Islands 120 for 4. Now a slip goes in after that edge.
Well, the fat lady began to sing even before this over has been bowled. So the writing was on the wall for the Leeward Islanders. So we can clearly call it that the Windwards will be taking joint force blood in this match. So it is pleasing to see what will turn out to be a comfortable win by the Windwards. They didn't lose wickets in rapid succession. They were able to build partnership. They were able to rotate the strike, as we say, and their shot selection was pretty good for most part of it. And that would have really helped them to gain this victory here today. The Leewards, on the other hand, and it appears as though I'm doing a summary now, Stacey, but the Leeward really will be faulted for their batting. They did not score sufficient runs in their knock at the crease, and they too would have lost wickets in succession. They will build a partnership, but then after they would have lost wickets rapidly, and that would have been their downfall.
Still fighting Michael Palmer, getting it in the block hole. Dug out by Kurt Murray.
So the question is whether the wind will come off of the bat, off the pad, extras. We don't know. We await to see that. But clearly here, from all what we are seeing and our viewers online and wherever we are being heard, the Windwards looking for that just 1 run now to seal the victory here against the Leeward. And we can tell you clearly that the Windwards winning the toss this morning and elected to field and was able to bowl out the Leewards in 41 overs for 120 runs, and the Windwards now in reply are 120 for 4 of 35.5 overs. A good batting display here by the Windwards, a much better, more disciplined and focused innings from the Winward Island team. So good luck to the Windwards. Poor to the Leewards. So it's 36 overs bowled, and the Windwards are 120 for 4. Stacey, any comments on the display and what you would have seen?
Still one more run remaining. Still one more run for the Winward Islands to get. But I must say it's been wonderful strategies and execution as well. Because it's one thing having your plans and strategies and the execution is off, but from the onset with their bowling, the planning and execution was quite marvelous from skipper Pascal with his field settings, with his acknowledgement of the batters in the middle, his knowledge really of the batters and what they can do. And we saw the way the bowlers bowled really well. The leg spinner of Jelani Joseph, the left arm spinners as well, Seaton and Kurt Murray. And then with the bat, the plan to just stay and bat very long, which that's all they really needed to do. Just stay and bat the Windward Islands, and a wonderful partnership between Fontaine and Lee John. So a change of bowling now, as Carlton Pluck has the honor of bowling this over.
And added to
Let's see what he has to offer the young man. Oh, wow, he picks up a wicket. So Carlton Pluck into the attack. Wicket to wicket stop to Lee John. No other bowler was able to dismiss him. And Carlton Pluck right away, wicket to wicket. Lee John looking to finish it in glory has been bowled by Carlton Pluck. A wonderful knock from him though. Lee John surely steadied the ship. But Carlton Pluck has the last laugh.
Yes, indeed. And a wonderful knock by him, but in the end, a disappointing finish to a real good knock indeed, because he was nearing that 50 mark. I think a bit of overconfidence. And yes, he have carried his bat almost to the finish line, where he feels so overconfident that he figured that he can hit this one for maximum out of the ground and lost his wicket.
Maybe as well thinking about getting to that half century with a maximum, because that's the only way he would have been able to get there. So Lee John dismissed by Carlton Pluck, given the ball really just to finish things and end up picking up that wicket. Should have been implemented earlier. Only bowler to trouble Lee John today.
Yes, and I would commend that bowler, because he didn't just come on just to give away a single, which is needed by the Windwards. His intention was to get a wicket, and he did get a wicket.
Of course. I mean, you are still fighting here. Still one run to get. And he's saying to himself, I'm not going to be that bowler that this run come off of. So I'm going to keep it wicket to wicket. You guys are still going to have to fight to get that victory.
So Carlton Pluck, the man with the golden arm, comes in again. And this time there's no run as he plays.
So the new batter in is
New batter,
Joseph.
Jelani Joseph plays down to the middle one. Yeah, and Stacey, you alluded to some very good points based on what you would have seen from the match, but we also, apart from, well, someone must win.
And the wide finishes things here. Carlton Pluck picking up that wicket of Lee John, really excited young man, finishes it with a wide. So a victory here. It was a bottom of the table clash between these two, Winward Islands and Leeward Islands. Winward Islands coming out victorious.
Yes, well, it's a single. It's a single anyhow. It comes, and it came off of an extra ball angling down the leg side, and the Windwards have gained victory here over the Leewards. And of course, we would have seen a very, very good game. And I was saying, Stacey, you mentioned what you would have seen in terms of the running between the wickets, the partnership, the bowlers, and so forth. But also, someone have to win. But I was very impressed with the captaincy on both sides, the field placing and so forth. What say you?
Yes, I'll definitely give it to the captains today. Both captains really fighting hard. The field placements, I'm going to really argue a lot. Just in the back end there, I would have wanted to still see maybe a slip as much as possible throughout the innings in the search of wickets. But certainly the captaincy on both sides were good in this match. So that's it here from the Annisvale playing field as the curtains have come down on this clash between Leeward Islands and Windward Islands. Windward Islands coming out on top